rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you can call the case.
Morning, Your Honors. This is case CBC 2020-06. The Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kaci Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today we will conclude the testimony of witness 04746 and start the testimony of 02153. I note that Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Veseli, Mr. Salimi, and Mr. Krasniqi are all present in court. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. You may be seated, witness. Today, witness, with some luck, we are going to finish your testimony. I'm sure you're glad to hear that. We will begin with the continuation of Judge Mitro's questioning of you, and then we will move on through the rest of the questions this morning. So please give them your attention. Judge Mitro, you have the floor.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good morning, Mr. Mustafa.
Good morning.
Three areas of questioning that I still want to go through with you. The first one is this. I was a bit confused yesterday in respect of some of the responses you gave about your understanding of the chain of command. So I just want you to clarify things for me. The first one is this. Do you accept that during the relevant period, 1998 to the summer of 1999, you were subordinated, you being the zone, were being subordinated to the general staff? Do you accept this?
Yes.
And using perhaps your words, but do you accept the suggestion that in effect the operational zone was the second level in the chain of command, subordinated to the first level, which was the general staff? Do you accept that?
Is the first operative level, and above it, it had the general staff, which was in the process of being consolidated.
I want to ask you about something else. That's a document that you were shown last week on the 12th of July. That's page 5586, if that's of assistance. And I'll ask the registry to please bring it up. That's SITF 0006916 please. And the Albanian would be SITF 002-43091 to SITF 002-43150. And the page for the Albanian version, maybe for the registry, would be at 43130. Thank you. Do you recall, sir, being shown this document last week?
Po,
Yes.
A list of people who were in detention within your zone during the relevant time, and if you look at it in the English or in the Albanian version, it has a number of columns with information about each of these individuals, who brought them in, when they were first detained, when they were released, and so on and so forth. Do you see that?
po,
Yes.
About one page in this document, and in the English it would be SITF 000696167, and in the Albanian version that would be ending with 3138, please. Thank you. If I can ask you first to focus on the individual on the number 4040, if we can scroll a bit to the right in the Albanian version, if it's possible. It's not very clear on the screen, sir, but I'll tell you what the English says. It says that number 4040 was brought by a part of the Kele Golapit. Could you tell us what that stands for?
kështu po bëhet fjalë.
This refers to the unit which brought the person in. This is Brigade 153. So the person was brought in by members of Brigade 153 from the surroundings, villages surrounding Pristina, in the area of Golap.
The next ones from 41 to 45, they were, their detention was ordered by the information sector of, or the intelligence sector of your zone. Is that correct?
Kështu po shkruan se
It reads here that yes,
Please to the right of number 41. And in the English as well, thank you. It says that the first of these individuals came by invitation. Does that mean in practice that he was served a summons and that he came in response to that? Is that a correct understanding?
po ka mujt me kanë
it might have been a simple invitation for them to report to the KLA base or at the closest KLA unit, the first one they could find.
That there were two types of documents, invitation and summons, or is invitation the same as a summons?
e njëjta gjë duan.
It's the same thing.
Po jore për me
There were oral invitations transmitted through a second person or other different persons, but these were ordinary summonses or invitations that we sent to anyone who wanted to see.
And the next four individuals under number 42, 43, 44, and 45, they were brought in by Sheikh and the military police, correct?
po zot kjo.
Yes, Your Honor. I indicated earlier that the staff command members and everyone at the brigade level had the right to bring people in.
I want to ask you about the last document, and I'll ask the registry to please bring up what is Exhibit P104. So I'll let you acquaint yourself with the first page. I do not think that you would know the first page, but just acquaint yourself with it so that you know what the context is. And let me know when you've finished reading it.
Unjoha me këtë
I read the document.
Page now. And then to the next one. So now what we have here that was seized from SHIK, the State Security Services of Kosovo, is a list of suspected, or actually in this case, cooperators, it's translated, from the area of responsibility of your zone of Podujevo. First up, maybe I'll ask you this. Do you know any of the individuals on that list, in the sense that you recognize any names on that list?
Jo, zot kryetar.
No, Your Honor, I don't.
Castrati, Osman Sinani, Etem Yashari, doesn't ring a bell?
Jo, asgjë s'më thonë.
No, nothing.
Any of them as having been detained under your authority, sir?
Ja, nuk e di, nuk
No, I don't know that they were detained. They might have been detained, but I can't recognize or remember anything in this regard.
Do you know of this document?
Jo, zot kryetar.
No, Your Honor.
Do you know who within your zone would have been in a position to collect that information?
Nuk besoj që është
I don't believe this document was drafted. It's contemporaneous to the KLA in my zone.
ju po thani që dokument
You are saying that this document was recovered after the war by UNMIK in the offices of SHIK. These documents have nothing to do with the wartime period.
So if I understand your evidence properly, it's SHIK after the war that post facto created a list of cooperators in your zone. Is that your evidence?
e këtë nuk mund ta them, nuk e
I cannot say that. I don't know. But you are saying that these documents were recovered by the UNMIK police. And my position is that this document is unknown to me and has nothing to do with the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Put it that way to you, sir. Do you accept that the person within your operational zone and in fact within your zone command who would have had that information is Latif Gashi? Isn't that right?
nuk kam njohuri.
I have no knowledge about this time or the information available to Mr. Latif Gashi.
But you do know, sir, and I think I can read back your own statement, but you do know that one of his tasks was to collect information about collaborators within your zone. You do accept that, right?
Po saj
Yes. For the time period that he was under the command, the zone command of the KLA.
Is there anyone else within your zone command who would have had that information other than Mr. Gashi?
për këtë informacion që
With respect to the information we're referring to, I don't know. With regard concerning information that if Mr. Gashi had or other command members had, we also knew that information. We reached a point in time where we could not preserve any longer documents, as a result of which it is possible that portions or part of these documents could be found in any one's place. All command staff members have seen parts of these documents.
You just told me a minute ago, sir, that you were not acquainted either with the document or with any of the individuals there as the commander of the zone. Is that right?
unë nuk po flas
I was not referring to this document in specific. I was referring to documents of this nature.
You are aware of this document? You were aware at the time of the existence of this document now?
Zotë gjyqtar,
Your Honor, I am aware that there were similar documents of this nature, not this type of document.
Hypothetical, since you now say you know of similar documents. Now, assuming that this document was sent to the general staff, who would have been responsible to share that information with the general staff? Was it you or was it someone else?
nuk ka pas
No such information was ever sent to the general staff.
Let me put to you something that Fatmir Humoli, your head of morale, said. Well, first let me ask you this. Is it right that Fatmir Humoli was the uncle of Mr. Hizri Tala? Do you know that?
po.
Yes.
The subordinate of Mr. Gashi, yes?
Punonin bashkë me Zotin.
He worked together with Mr. Gashi, right?
He said is that the person who would communicate information about collaborators to the general staff was Mr. Latif Gashi. Do you know anything about that? Or was this happening without your knowledge?
Asnjëherë nuk
I never knew about this.
Yourself any further, I'm sorry. Was this, do you know about that, or was it happening without your knowledge? On what basis is it suggested it was happening at all?
Well, Mr. Emerson, do you want me to read the statement of Mr. Humoli?
No, there's no evidence that this was happening.
Well, the proposition is put
That
to
they
him.
have different recollections.
Well, thank you, Mr.
I
Emerson.
mean,
The
with
proposition-
respect, if these questions were being asked across the floor, there would be objections flying in every direction.
But they aren't being asked from across the floor.
I accept that, but nonetheless, there is a responsibility on judicial questioning to keep it, to avoid this level of partisanship.
Please be seated.
So, sir, I'll ask the question again. Mr. Humoli, do you have any reason to question the account that Mr. Humoli is giving? He is saying, and I can quote for you, if you want the exact word of Mr. Humoli, he is saying that the person whose responsibility it was within your zone to inform the general staff about collaborators and information that had been gathered was with your head of intelligence, Mr. Latif Gashin. Do you have any reason to dispute the account of Mr. Humoli?
asnjëherë
I have never authorized or being aware that Mr. Gashi had any reports or relationships with anyone from the general staff until after the war.
If this happened, it would have been without your knowledge. Do I understand that correctly?
Unë nuk di se ka
I am not aware that this happened, and I have no reason to believe that it did happen.
Judge Gaynor?
Thank you, Judge Smith. Mr. Mustafa, I'd like to take you first to a question you were asked in direct examination. Question, who was in charge of the detention center in La Pastidze? Answer, Nazif Mehmeti was head of the military police there. Question, and were the military police in charge of the detention center there? Answer, yes. My question is this. Were the military police in charge of all of the KLA detention centers in your zone?
po, zoti.
Yes, Your Honor.
Am I right in understanding that you appointed Nazif Mehmeti in around October 98 as the acting commander of the military police in your zone?
Paratërsisht mund
This could be more or less the time period. I'm not very certain about it, though.
Succeeded by Mehmet Latifi. Who succeeded Nazif Mehmeti as the commander of the military police in your zone?
nuk ka. Muhammed Latifi
Mohammed Latifi joined towards the very end of the war.
Commander of the military police in your zone.
por ka qenë krejt në
Yes, but at the very end of the war.
pak ditë para hymjes në Prishtinë.
Very few days before entering Pristina.
Ask you a little bit about the military police commanders at the brigade level. You said on the 11th of July, at page 107 of that day's transcript, I'm simply letting the other participants know the citation. The question was, were there military police in the LAP operational zone? Answer, yes. Question, at what level? And I mean command level in the structure. Answer, at the zone level and brigade level. Question, who did the military police at the brigade excuse me, level report to? Answer, to the brigade commander. And they were subordinated within the police unit of the zone. Question, so they also fell under the military police at the zone level. Is that correct? Answer, they were not under their command, but they were together subordinated. And then you go on to confirm that Nazif Mehmeti was in charge of the military police. I want to explore your answers a little bit. When you say that the military police at the brigade level were subordinated, what exactly do you mean? Do you mean that they fell under the command of the brigade commander? Of the commander of Brigade 152, 151, or 153? Is that what you mean?
Komandonti i
The brigade commander ordered the police within the brigade, whereas the unit of the operative zone led by Nazif Mehmeti was in charge of coordinating the rules upon which we were conducting our business, our work. So they coordinated amongst themselves in order for the police to appear as the same throughout the zone.
On a day-to-day basis, who was directing the military police within Brigades 151, 152, 153? Was it the commander of each brigade, or was it Nazif Mehmeti.
Commandant i brigad.
The brigade commander.
Now, I want to clarify the identities of the military police commanders within each brigade. Who was the military police commander in Brigade 151?
I don't know.
Gubettini.
Yes, now that you reminded me, I'll confirm he was.
And who was the military police commander in Brigade 152?
I don't remember. If you help me, I might recall. However, there are records of this, and they are public. I'm not trying to hide anything because this is publicly available information.
Ramadan Yashari.
I don't recall right now, but I know he was member of the military police. Since if I'm assuming you obtained this information from records, and he must have certainly been.
You know who the brigade military police commander in Brigade 153 was?
No, I don't.
Would you describe relations between the military police commanders and the military police officers at the brigade level and the brigade commanders that they reported to?
The military police unit within the brigade was a sector part of the brigade. They completed tasks and duties in the area covered by the brigade.
You receive reports in your capacity as the head of the zone command. Did you receive reports of tensions or disagreements from among them?
I don't recall any such tensions between military police units. I don't remember.
Did the brigade level military police commanders communicate with each other?
They might have communicated. I don't know.
I understand from your evidence that you had fairly frequent meetings with your zone command. How frequent were those meetings?
I wouldn't be able to say how frequent, but we met as often as we could. I often would meet them individually. I paid a visit to brigades. I was always close to my people.
When you had a meeting of the zone command, would the commanders of the brigades 151, 152, 153 usually be present at those meetings?
The brigade commanders of brigade 151, 152 were more frequent, whereas the commander of brigade 153, no, because he was located in an area where the communication lines were more difficult to secure.
That brings me on to communications. We'll come back to that in a moment. But I understand from your earlier evidence that Latif Gashi was a member of the zone command. Am I right in understanding that he was usually at those meetings that you held with your zone command?
Yes, he might have been present. However, Mr. Latif Gashi could not attend very often because of his engagement, military tasks, and his personal presence on the front line.
Now, you said Nazif Mehmeti was not, in fact, a member of the Zone Command. So my question is, who represented the military police at meetings of your Zone Command?
Kur kishte nevojë, ai
If it was necessary, he would come to the staff and he reported before the Chief of Staff. There were meetings that we invited him to attend and to report.
But I suppose as the brigade commanders were in fact the superiors of the military police within each brigade, the brigade commanders themselves had plenty of information about tasks being undertaken by the military police. Is that right?
po.
Yes.
Now, let's go back to the question of how you maintained contact with the commander of Brigade 153. What was your usual method of communication? What technology did you use to remain in contact with him?
Kam takuar edhe fizikisht,
I met him face to face. I spoke to him over phones, and at the same time we used radio handsets. Sometimes we would send soldiers, I would send soldiers to send a message or two to him.
When you say phones, are you referring to satellite phones or to the civilian telephone network?
jo, lidhjen telefonike satelitore.
I'm talking about the satellite phone communication.
Himself obviously had a satellite phone, the commander of 153.
Nuk e di kuan kur ka ardhur, po, ka qenë.
I don't know the time when he got one, but yes, he did get one eventually.
Satellite phone?
Në fund luftë, po.
By the end of the war, yes.
Do you know when they received them?
Kanë mujt me marrë në fillim në vit.
It may be around the beginning of 1999 or the end of 1998.
Yesterday, my colleague Judge Metro showed you some amnesties and a release order, and in fact you had been shown them by other parties as well. Those contain details such as the date of arrest of the detainee, the name of the father of the detainee, the date of birth of the detainee, the address, the ordinary residential address of the detainee. Who within your zone was responsible for getting this information from the detainee?
Ata që kishin kontaktin e
Those that had the first contact with the person in question, namely the military police.
Who was responsible for keeping a record of those details so that they could be consulted when the time came to type up the release order, for example?
Nuk e di tani rutinë.
I do not exactly know the routine who was in charge to keep the notes or the records, but it was a daily routine. It depended on the person that was on duty in the moment in time, and that person would take the records.
I understood from your earlier evidence that Nazif Mehmeti was a fairly careful drafter of documents. Is that right?
Gjithë njerëzit që kanë punuar në
All the people that worked in the Kosovo police had the adequate education. They were before engaged with Yugoslav police. One of those persons was Nazif Mehmeti. He was a professor in the police academy at the Yugoslav time in Kosovo.
To keep a fairly meticulous record of the detainees. Is that fair to say?
Po.
Yes.
I want to return to the question of communications for a moment. You gave evidence, I understand, that you had the phone numbers of the general staff and you spoke to them by phone. Is that right?
Po ka pas.
Yes. There were satellite telephones, and they were allocated to the general staff and to the zone staff as well.
Would you ever use the civilian telephone network to speak to members of the general staff?
Unë personalisht nuk besoj që kam përdorur ndonjëherë.
Personally, I don't believe I have used the civilian network to communicate with the general staff.
Of your knowledge, did the other zone commanders, the commanders of the other operative zones, did they also communicate with the general staff using satellite telephones?
Unë besoj ka qenë
I believe that was the rule, in the sense that they would talk via satellite telephones. Personally, I had a satellite telephone, and I used that telephone all the time.
Now, did you described your discussions with the KLA representatives at their Rambouillet negotiations, and you expressed your concerns to them in fairly forthright terms. What technology were you using when you spoke to the KLA representatives at Rambouillet?
telefonin satelitorës.
Satellite telephones.
I want to ask you just a couple of questions about the meetings of the zone commanders, which I understand you said were usually chaired by Bislam Zarapi. Who represented the military police at those meetings? Who, if anyone?
Nuk ka pas.
There has not been any police commander present at the meetings of the zone commanders.
Representative at those meetings?
Jo, zotë.
No, Your Honor.
Now, you were briefly, I understand, as a member of the general staff. Who represented the military police at meetings of the general staff, to the best of your knowledge?
Nuk e di, nuk më kujt.
I do not know. I don't remember. For the time that I've been a member of the general staff, I don't believe that there was more than one meeting.
Ai takim ka qenë për
Even that meeting, that was a general one in nature.
All of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mustafa.
I have just a few questions, witness. One of them is just now came up, and the others are just some information so that I better understand your background. Just a minute ago, you mentioned the Rambouillet conference and the delegation you spoke with. I believe, did you make your own phone call to the delegation and talk to the person you wanted to talk to?
po, zotë.
Yes, Your Honor.
Unë kam pas
There were two people I communicated in Rambuja Sabik Krishmari and Pleurat Seidiu.
And why did you select those two? Were they especially close to you?
Unë kam qenë I përfshirë në
I was involved in the organization of the war from the very beginning of the war, and Sabik Krishmari was the person that connected me to the KLA.
Understood. Now, the other questions I have are on the topic you just now raised, and that has to do with at the very beginning. What month and year did you leave your studies at Pristina University, your law studies? When did you actually leave the university?
I kam ndërprer studi.
I was engaged in the protests of the students of the University of Pristina. That was the time when I interrupted my studies in 1997. And I left Pristina as a student, with my status as a student, in May of 1998, though.
But you hadn't been attending classes since '97. Is that correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
So you ended up in the area in which you lived, which was the LAP zone. And this is my question for you. It's just an open question. Would you say that the LAP zone was the most important zone in Kosovo during the conflict?
Unë e kam menduar ashtu.
This is what I thought, because it was neighboring Serbia, and it also included the capital of Kosovo, where all the embassies were located and where all the internationals would come to surveil and to observe our work.
So in 1997, when you and your friends met on that road in the countryside and decided to organize or reorganize the LAP zone, I believe you said, am I correct that you said there were approximately 10 members of the KLA in that zone at that time? And I could be wrong, my memory could be wrong, but that's what I thought you said earlier.
Ndoshta kemi folur për 18.
I was talking about the number 18, Your Honor, because there were 10 at a certain stage as well, but in my testimony before you, I think I mentioned the number 18, so this is how many people we were at the very beginning.
I'm not arguing with you about that. If that's your number, that's your number. And then shortly after that, the Ashari incident occurred and the numbers started to swell, correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
That night, when you were meeting with your friends and discussing the future of the LAP zone, how old were you?
Ishte viti 97.
It was 1997, and I was 26 years of age at that time.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. It's remarkable, the things that you were able to do at age 26. So then the following year, in the summer of 1998, you were finally formally appointed as commander of that zone, and that's correct, is it not?
Po.
Correct.
What background had you had up to that point?
Unë kam pas përfunduar
I served the military service in former Yugoslavia, and I was trained in Albania and in Kosovo as well about these matters.
The training in Albania, who was responsible for the training?
zakonisht kanë
Usually, it was the Albanian officers.
You were never trained as an officer, though. Is that correct?
po, sakt.
Correct.
And you never attended an academy in Yugoslavia, like some of your colleagues had?
Jo, zot Kryetar. Unë
Correct. I have never attended any academy.
I think your record of service stands. We know what you were able to do during those years, leading what you've said was the most important zone in Kosovo. Did you have a mentor, somebody that you trusted that you went to for advice? I know you've mentioned Adam Thaçi, and in the past. Did you have any other mentors, any person that you depended on regularly?
ka qenë Adem Demaçi,
Adem Demaçi, but Adem Demaçi was surrounded by many advisors, and I accepted all of his advisors as my own advisors as well.
Thought that would be your answer, and I thank you for your answers. That's all the questions I have. Madam Prosecutor,
No, thank you, Your Honor.
no questions?
Mr.
Mr.
President,
Mistich?
I would seek leave to follow up on Judge Montreux's questions.
Certainly.
Thank you. If I could just have a moment, please.
Oh. Just a second, Ms. Lawson?
Your Honor, we would say that this should be to the extent that Judge Montreux raised entirely new issues.
We'll deal with that as it goes along. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I intend to be brief. Good morning again, Mr. Mustafa, hopefully for the last time. I just have a few follow-up questions to questions that were put to you by Judge Montreux. My first set of questions concerns the following question from Judge Montreux. And the setting up of a military police unit within your operational zone was, in effect, the implementation of instructions that you had received to that effect from the General Staff. Is that a fair proposition? And you say it can be fair, it can be called that way. Then he asked you again, but just to be clear, you got an instruction from the General Staff to establish a military police unit and proceeded to do so and to complete that setup, correct? Your answer is yes. Do you recall that?
po më kujtohet.
Yes, I do.
Specifically gave you an instruction to set up a military police unit within your zone.
Ne falem
We spoke on the basis of a document that was presented to me. I said that even before that recommendation by the General Staff, I already have a military police unit in place in my zone.
When you say we spoke on the basis of a document that was presented to me, are you speaking about a document that was presented to you here in this trial?
Well,
Yes.
That you're referring to?
Joseph.
No. I have not been taking notes.
Fair to say that your answer there to Judge Betrot is based on your recollection of a document that one of the parties in this trial presented to you?
Well,
Yes.
Recollection independent of that document that you received an instruction from the General Staff to set up a military police unit?
ju kom thonë për sotën herë se
I mentioned it several times, and the answer has always been no.
Then let me turn your attention to the detention centers that you were asked about. Judge Betrot put to you at transcript page 102 of yesterday's proceedings through 104 that there was a general order to arrest suspected collaborators that had come from the General Staff. Do I get that right? He then continued, and one of the things the General Staff asked you to do was to set up detention facilities for these individuals. Is that correct? Your answer was, we had the detention house already before the order or instruction or recommendation, as you wish to call it. Judge Betrot then says, you were ordered to find suitable places for these detention facilities. Is that correct? And your answer was, the instruction, the recommendation we read contained this information. He asks again, so there was no need to find a new one. Is that your evidence? Your answer is correct. We already had it. Question, and in these general directives or instructions they also gave you general instructions about how to run these facilities. Do I get that right? And your answer was, the recommendations were those that we read. There were no other ones. Judge Betrot then asks, and I'm using your words, sir, but the General Staff provided general instruction about how these detention facilities should be run, yes or no? Your answer is yes, we read them today here. I want the record to be crystal clear here, Mr. Mustafa. Do I interpret your answers to Judge Betrot correctly that the general instructions to detain collaborators, you're referring there to the two documents that I put to you in cross-examination, which are Exhibits 1D29 and 1D30, which are the orders of Mr. Zarapi to you and to the zone commanders. Is that correct?
po e saktë mbi ato.
Yes, that's correct. That's the basis of my answer.
Answered Judge Betrot's questions that you were given instructions to set up detention facilities and to find suitable detention facilities, and you answered in the affirmative. You then again said the recommendations were those that we read them today here. Again, are you again referring there to the two documents that we saw, which are the orders or recommendations from Mr. Zarapi, which are Exhibits 1D29 and 1D30?
Exactly. I gave the answers based on the documents that were served to me.
Again, I just want it to be clear, from the transcript, page 104, lines 16 and 17, your further answer was, other than those two orders, there were no other ones. Is that your testimony?
It is.
Communiques, which you were asked about by Judge Matreau. You were asked about two amnesties, one issued on December 31st, which is Exhibit P00225, and January 17th, which is Exhibit P00150, and the fact that they purport to have been issued on the basis of, inter alia, communiques of the General Staff. Do you recall those questions from Judge Matreau?
I do.
Are you able to identify a single communique or political declaration of the KLA that you could have interpreted as encouragement to amnesty Kosovo Albanian detainees?
No, I cannot think of one.
But the reason you haven't been shown any such communiques or political declarations is because they don't exist. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
No, I have no reason to dispute that.
You were asked, again on the issue of communiques, this is a transcript, page 112 of yesterday's provisional transcript, about a statement you gave to the SPO in which you said, quote, the communiques gave permission to deal with people who were obstructing the work of the KLA. Judge Matreau asked you if you still stand by that statement, and you said yes. Do you recall that?
Yes. That could have been a document where we base ourselves, but I can't say it for a fact.
Next question. Which specific communiques, quote, gave you permission to deal with people who were obstructing the work of the KLA?
No, I have not spoken specifically, but in general, it might as well be the reason. However, the major reason have been military reasons, and that's something that I've been saying frequently in my testimony.
It might as well be the reason. What does that mean?
If there was something in the communiques, we have made use of them. But specifically speaking, I don't recall anything.
So you don't recall any specific communique giving you such permission, to use that word, correct?
Correct.
The use of the word permission. You've testified at length in these proceedings that you were the highest authority in your zone, and there was no authority in the KLA higher than you. Why would you need permission from anybody to deal with people who were obstructing the work of the KLA?
I have not asked for permission.
Did you need permission from anyone to detain people who you believed were obstructing the work of the KLA?
I believe I made it clear. No, I didn't need any permission from anyone.
Questions are about questions Judge Matreau asked you this morning about, do you accept that you were subordinated to the General Staff, and you indicated you do accept that. In 1998, did anyone from the General Staff give you an order which you were required to execute?
ato urdhënesa rekomandime për
The requests or recommendations that we've been talking about, they came from the General Staff, from Bislim Zurabi, that was the head of staff.
In terms of subordination, you're talking, first of all, about what you received from Bislim Zurabi, correct?
unë po flas.
I am referring to the documents.
Trial?
Po.
Correct.
Some clarity on your position on the subordination issue. You've just mentioned Bislim Zarapi. Bislim Zarapi is a person who, in February, you nominate for promotion to the overall commander of the KLA, correct?
Jo, komandant përgjithshëm.
Not. No, we appoint as a general commander Suleiman Selimi.
Ended, but it was Ramush Haradinaj who nominated Suleiman Salimi, and you nominated Bislim Zarapi, correct?
Po.
Correct.
You felt you had the authority to nominate him for promotion, correct?
Po.
Correct.
Understand, I trust, that it is unusual for people who come from Western countries that a subordinate nominates his superior for promotion. Do you understand that?
Gjithë themelimi
The whole foundation of the Kosovo Liberation Army and the manner it was run is very difficult to imagine for people who come from Western countries. We did whatever we could. We wanted to have the general staff that would represent us further during the war and the policies held by the Kosovo Liberation Army. I do not recall any order given to me by anyone.
My last question to you is, I would like you to explain to the trial panel what you mean when you accept that you were subordinated to the general staff. In what sense were you subordinated?
varësi e koordinimit.
In the subordinated in the coordination sense, coordination between zones was done by the head of the general staff.
Time and answering my questions, and thank you for leave, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I will have some housekeeping about tendering documents, but the witness doesn't need to be here for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Emerson?
Yes, I have a number of areas, that I want to touch on, if I may. First of all, I want to ask you about a series of questions and answers during the the questioning by Judge Metro. I'm looking for those following at the provisional transcript, page 122 from yesterday, and starting at line 4 or thereabouts. So I'm going to read to you. I'm going to read to you the question and answer that you gave Judge Metro yesterday afternoon about a witness statement given to the SPO by Mr. Mehmeti. Remember, Judge Metro put things to you from the evidence of Mr. Mehmeti and asked you whether you had any reason to disagree with them. Remember that happening yesterday?
Yes, I do.
So that we have it on the transcript here, and so you can follow, and I don't need to pull up large numbers of documents. Question from Judge Metro at line 4. So let me put just a statement to you, and you can comment on it, if you can. It's again from your head of military police, Mr. Mehmetai. He was asked about that very subject. We'll see what that was in a moment. He was asked about that very subject. It's 0555 535-TR-AT, part 5, page 6 and 7, and page 7 in the Albanians. But I'll read it to you. So in this passage, it wasn't brought up on the screen. It was just a short excerpt read to you. And it went as follows. This is again in Judge Metro's questioning. He, that is Mehmetai, is being asked, quotes, when members of the civil defence brought such persons, was there any procedure to verify whether they took the order to act so? And his answer is, this was the duty of Shik. And Judge Metro continues, so Mr. Mehmetai's understanding, right or wrong, appears to be that this was the intelligence sector that was responsible to carry out those checks. Do you have a different view than his? And you reply, I wouldn't comment on his statement. And Judge Metro continues, but you disagree with it, sir? I'm asking whether you agree with it or disagree with it. And the answer is the sources of information for the persons that were treated, the people, were the inhabitants of the areas where they came from. All the units of the Kosovo Liberation Army were authorised to be vigilant to identify who lives near the front line. All the people that we detained were living somewhere in the vicinity of the defence line. Now, I want, with that introduction, to go to the actual passage in full of the statement of Mr. Mehmetai, because, as I say, it wasn't put up on the screen for you to read in context. Now, it isn't in anybody's queue, but that's because Judge Metro raised it from material that's outside anybody's queue, and there is no system for the judicial questioning to be based on a queue. Therefore, I would ask for leave to call up a transcript that was not in anybody's queue.
Transcript of?
Well, it's a transcript of an interview of Mr. Mehmetai by the SPO that Judge Metro took a question from without putting up on the screen, and which is in nobody's queue. In other words, Judge Metro took material that wasn't amongst the queue material, and of course we can't really re-examine on it unless we're able to pull up a document that Judge Metro chose to cross-examine on.
Well, first, I did not cross-examine.
Well, that's,
with
respect,
Emerson.
that's a matter of opinion.
Mr. Emerson asked questions.
Well, with respect, that's a matter of opinion.
No, it's not a matter of opinion, Mr. Emerson. It's a matter of
cross-examination
fact.
is questioning, but when questioning is partisan and tendentious,
but to answer your question,
it becomes
Mr. Emerson, this is not cross-examination, and I don't want to argue with you on this. If you want to call the document, it can be called.
Well, that's what I was
So the registry is in a position to do so if you give them the number. If you don't, I have it for you.
I'm grateful. No, I have the number. 055535, please, -TR-ET, part 5, page 6, line 19. And just pick it up at line 19. Now, this was the passage that Judge Metro put to you, or just read to you. Question. Okay, let's carry on, please. The next part. This is a question being asked by the SPO to Mr. Mehmetai in his SPO interview, and then it's being put to you by Judge Metro as the evidence of Mr. Mehmeti, which you're being asked to comment on. And the passage he reads to you goes as follows. Okay, let me carry on, please. The next part. When members of the civil defence brought such person, was there any procedure to verify where they took the order to act so? Answer, this was the duty of Schick. Now, is that correct? That's the question from the SPO, the same question that Judge Metro asked you. Is it correct? To which the answer is, that is how it should have been. I confirm that the duties for intelligence included this, but how much they did that, I don't know. Now, again, is there anything in Mr. Mehmeti's full account, i.e. that he doesn't know, with which you would take issue or that you want to comment on?
No,
I don't have any comments. This is an opinion of Nazif Mehmeti. To tell you the truth, we were on trial with Nazif Mehmeti and Latif Gashi. I refer to the words I've heard from them. I trust both of them, but I wouldn't get in between them. This could lead to misinterpretation or misunderstandings.
By Judge Metro, namely that it was Schick that was responsible for that function, does not fully reflect what was put to what he said in his interview in its full context.
Your Honour, I'm not sure that's an appropriate question. The record of the interview is clear. The witness isn't in a position to add anything to this.
Well, I'm sorry. Yes. My question is, Judge Metro asked you on the basis of a selective extract, which didn't include the qualification. Now that you've seen the full extract, do you agree that there's nothing between you and he, because he doesn't remember precisely what was happening in relation to Schick?
Yes, sir. I was asked questions in relation to parts of the statement even earlier, but I do also know that there's nothing in the whole statement that I would object to.
So when I use the term cross-examination, Judge Metro, that's the sort of thing I'm referring to, just to explain.
Mr. Emerson, we don't need your comments. We don't need your comments. It is inappropriate. You've made a series of inappropriate comments. Stick to your question, Mr. Emerson. Mr. Emerson, stick to your questions.
I'm happy to finish, and I will.
I don't want your comments. I want your questions and the answer of the witness,
But
Mr.
we will
Emerson.
need to address this issue after
You can address it by the proper procedure, not here, Mr. Emerson.
Continuing with the theme of Schick and its role, let us just be clear about one or two matters, if I may, because you've been asked questions, a number of questions by Judge Metro and by Judge Barter to some extent about Schick and intelligence and what it meant. Now, I want to be clear. First of all, do you agree with the proposition that prior to the reorganization of the KLA, following the September offensive, there was no intelligence function within the General Staff? In other words, the first time any intelligence role was set up at General Staff level was after the reorganization, which began following the September offensive.
Correct.
So I'm going to suggest to you November was the date on which the General Staff created a post, November 98, relating to intelligence. Does that ring a bell? Does that sound right, November?
I don't remember the date, Your Honor. Sir.
Down on the date. Do you agree that it occurred after the reorganisation?
Yes, I believe this is how it happened.
The earliest that could have been was in the process in October into November, since the offensive was in September and the reorganisation began during October. Is that right?
That's right.
Schick or intelligence prior to then must be a reference to operatives at the zone level. Is that right?
Yes.
You already told us that at that time, between October and March, amongst the members of the General Staff who you knew were not in Kosovo throughout that period was Mr. Vasili. Is that correct? You told us that yesterday.
Correct.
Had been appointed to that intelligence role in the General Staff during that reshuffle. Did you know that, or you didn't know that?
I don't recall exactly. I might have not known.
You did know that he, between October and March, you've told us, was outside Kosovo.
I did not say which period of time he was abroad. He might have been abroad most of the time he was abroad.
Mr. Emerson, I don't believe that was in the questions by the judge. You're getting beyond the...
You're quite correct. This is a bridging question to what was in Judge. One of the questions that was asked by Judge James.
Let's limit it to just what was asked during the judge's questioning.
Yes, obviously anything that relates to Schick which predates that period, obviously this is relevant too. But yes, you were asked by Judge Gaynor about satellite phones as a means, or rather you were asked about means of communication, and you answered that when you were communicating to the General Staff, you communicated using a satellite phone, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned two individuals that you communicated with, I think particularly during Wambue, but I'm not concerned with that. What I want to understand is how many satellite phones did you, as commander of the LAP brigade, have, as a LAP zone, have?
There could have been 4 to 5 devices.
Different people in the zone, or did you have control of all of them?
The brigade commanders had one each, and I had one.
During that time, as the zone commander, did you ever make or receive a call to Kadri Vasili? When you were on the satellite phone, I'm going to suggest to you, you never ever spoke to Kadri Vasili. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
And did Kadri Vasili or anyone else on the General Staff ever give any instructions to anyone in your zone to arrest any named individual?
Yours.
No.
And as far as you are aware, did anybody in your zone ever inform the general staff about individuals who had been arrested?
Io me sto
No, not to my knowledge.
And if somebody was mistreated, as we know some people were, about 8, for example, in La Pastizza during the period we're talking about, if some people were mistreated or injured on arrest, is that the kind of information you would pass up to the general staff by satellite phone, that Mr. particular individual had been bruised or beaten by your men? Is that the sort of information you would send to the general staff?
Unë ju thasha dhe më
I said earlier that the general staff did not receive any information from my zone in respect of these matters.
Very much. Those are my questions.
Mr. Roberts?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
Ms. Alejandra?
Just one question, Your Honor. Just one question.
Go ahead.
Following up on the questions that were asked by the panel, to your knowledge, was there any document or order received from the General Staff ordering the mistreatment of detainees or civilians?
Io
No.
Thank you, Ms. Alejandra. Anything else from anyone at this point? Witness, I'm sure you'll be happy to know that you are finished with your testimony. Is there something?
Mr. Emerson had his mic on. I was just
Oh.
telling him to turn it off.
All right. We thank you for being with us this last week, and we wish you well, and you are excused now from further involvement in our case. Thank you very much. The usher will escort you out.
Faleminderit juve.
Thank you.
I think we'll take a short break.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Some housekeeping matters he mentioned first.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to tender into evidence the notes of the 13 February 1999 meeting of the zone commanders, which is SPOE 00226328 to SPOE 00226365 in both languages. Thank you.
No objection.
Assign a number, please.
Your Honor, that will receive exhibit number 1D33.
Thank you. Your Honour made an oral order last Friday, the 14th of July, which is marked confidential and was made in private session. May we ask, please, for a public redacted version of that oral order?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Emerson.
Sorry, I do apologise. There are two issues that I'd like to raise before the next witness is called. One of them relates to the request from the Vasili defence for an oral order on the parameters governing the extent to which counsel may object to judicial questions. Because in the course of my interruption of questions of Judge Metro, a number of observations were made which culminated in Your Honour telling me to sit down. In the jurisdiction that I come from, it is the duty of counsel to object to tendentious and partisan questioning, including from a judge. And if that is not accepted in this jurisdiction, then I would like a ruling indicating that the panel is not prepared to allow interruptions. As you will have appreciated, it is my professional obligation to take a view of the situation, and my professional view, having served both on the bench and as counsel, is that the questioning of Judge Metro in particular, but one or two questions from Judge Barter, transgressed the legitimate bounds of appropriate judicial conduct. It will, of course, if necessary, in due course form a ground of appeal, and indeed it will be a focus because it's not the first time. But what I'm trying to say here is we need a ruling because on an appeal, if objections are not taken, it may well be said, well, why didn't you object at the time? Now, when I did object, Judge Metro shouted me down and tried to engage in an argument, and you then ruled that I should sit down. And indeed, my objection, which was put clearly, has now been excised from the transcript because Judge Metro was speaking over me. And so I'm simply saying I don't want this to degenerate, but it does require a process. And if judges are determined to cross-examine, and I make no apology for using that word at all, to cross-examine in a tendentious and partisan way, and as we've seen in certain respects in a way which is misleading a witness, giving parts and out of context of quotations, it is my professional obligation to object. And if the position of the bench is that I may not do so, then that needs to be a ruling, please.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Your Honour, there was nothing inappropriate in the judicial questioning. They were entirely on relevant matters that were within the scope of the knowledge of the witness, and we note that, in fact, it was the behaviour of counsel and the characterisations given by counsel that were totally inappropriate.
No, thank you.
All right, fine. We're going to take while you get set up for the next witness. Is there a change of personnel?
There will be a change of personnel. I have two requests to make first, please.
I'm sorry.
There will be a change of personnel, but I also have two requests to make first, please, Your Honour.
All right, go ahead.
The first request is for a word extension. We're in the process of finalising a second Rule 155 motion. It will relate to 8 witnesses, and therefore, in order to file a consolidated motion for all of them, which we believe would be most efficient, we would request an extension to 12,000 words. We have consulted with all of the defence teams and the Victims' Council, and there's no objection from them to this extension.
We'll grant that at this time to avoid endless paperwork, so that extension to 12,000 words is accepted and granted.
Thank you, Your Honour. The second matter is cross-examination estimates. We always do welcome reductions, but both during this session and previous sessions, hearing blocks, from at least 3 of defence teams, we've seen very dramatic reductions in cross-examination estimates. It's our submission that those should have been foreseeable to counsel. It obviously has logistical implications. It risks the loss of courtroom time. There are witnesses who have real-life obligations in work and family, and additionally, the court is quickly burning credit with national authorities who need to be engaged with every time there is a change in order to make arrangements. It may be particularly relevant for the upcoming block because as things stand, based on the estimates, witness W03879 would fill the first week that we have back after the recess. But if those estimates aren't accurate, it could obviously risk courtroom time during that period. Our request would be that a deadline please be set for Defence Counsel to review the estimates for the next block and revise them as necessary. Thank you.
Comments, Mr. Laws? Anything?
No, thank you.
Anything from anybody else?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, the preliminary issue is we have asked the SPO if, in fact, the next block of witnesses and the names are, in fact, the order in which they are going to be called. And we have been advised that they can't say at this point if, in fact, that is the order. So it makes it a little difficult. We personally have tried to adjust our cross-examination times as needed. And other than having an abbreviated time with the last witness, I think most of our cross-examination times have been pretty close to what we estimated. But be that as it may, it makes it very difficult on our planning schedule to make any determinations unless the SBO has, a list of people and what order they're going to be called.
There's no question that this has to be a joint operation, and we've asked for that repeatedly, and you've responded. Prosecution's point is well taken, that it behooves all of us to continue to review and revise our estimates. I realize the problem, part of the problem is your team starts off and usually have a fairly long list or a long estimate. And by the time it gets around to Mr. Roberts or Ms. Alejandra, it's difficult to continue with the same questions that you had already thought about. So I understand the problems.
I was just going to make the same observation. I mean, I don't think the comment is directed at the Thaçi team because, as it happens, we've been spot on every time. But it's entirely understandable that those behind us should be revising their estimates in the light of what's been dealt with already.
And that takes interpersonal relations and contact and inter-party discussions between the defense. There's no question about that. And I strongly urge you to do that. It doesn't take care of every problem, but it'll take care of some of the problems. Go ahead, Mr.
I do rise just to fall on my sword a bit about how badly I missed the estimate for this witness, but I do think it's a good example of some of the issues we face as a defense. Frankly, I reflected on it over the weekend, and I think this witness is so concise in his answers. They were one word or one sentence and didn't allow me an opportunity, which as you've seen with witnesses who tend to give lengthy answers and then follow-up questions, etc. And so it resulted in me just burning through my outline because, frankly, he was concise, and I think I would encourage witnesses to be that concise. But that's why we missed it on this one. But it's difficult to gauge in your estimates of what kind of witness you're going to get on cross. Thank you.
It's going to be difficult to find somebody that's that concise. Yes.
Nothing to add, Your Honour. I accept, obviously, my estimates were reduced significantly, obviously from a substantial amount down to zero. That does take into account what my colleagues have already said. Yeah. I know you have suggested to us to be careful and mindful not to ask repetitive questioning. I have no interest to enter into areas that have already been dealt with by my colleagues. So I will, in future, obviously, revise as early as possible and did update Your Honours and the SPO whenever I could.
It's not a perfect science. We just have to do the best we can, and discussion will help the most. We're going to take a short break while they get set up on this side of the aisle, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Yes. Mr. Prosecutor, do you have a...
Yes, good morning, Your Honours. We have witness 2153 up next. Before the witness comes in, I note that the SPO late yesterday disclosed an unredacted version of the SPO statement, and that's ERN 114301 to 114316 _ F1664. That's an unredacted signed version of 076841 to 076856, and that was disclosed in disclosure package 861. We foreshadowed this in our Rule 154 submission and in the email to the parties on Sunday. And that version also implements the redactions that Your Honours had ordered. I also note that the witness will be testifying in public, but there are two names in the SPO statement that must remain confidential for reasons set out in the email to the parties on Sunday. And I can elaborate on that in a private session should Your Honours need me to. The names are at paragraph 34 to 35 and 40. And finally, in relation to that statement, there is an error in the paragraph numbers. Paragraph number 35 appears twice in the English version. It's the same as the old version of the statement. Those are the matters that I want to raise.
How do you intend to handle those two names? Do you wish to give them a code?
I don't expect they will be coming up in my direct examination.
Okay. Yeah. And everyone else has been made aware of those?
I beg your pardon?
Is the defense aware of this issue?
Yes, Your Honour, we flagged this in the email to the
Mr. Emerson.
I have one general comment which I'd like to raise, and it is this. Obviously, this witness is tendered as a witness of fact, not as an expert witness. And as a result, of course, his statements have been a combination of information collected from witnesses or those who tell him things on the ground, up to which, as far as the Thaçi defence is concerned, there can be no objection. In other words, all of the issues of foundation, who the witness was, or who the person was, and what the source of the information was. However, the original statement contains elements of opinion based on that evidence. And that has increased in content as we've moved forward to the point at which the proofing notes consist of a considerable amount of opinion. And there are two basic principles in play here. The first is that even an expert witness is not permitted to issue an opinion in court on the ultimate issue to be decided, namely the existence of a policy to persecute collaborators or others. But more important than that, and fundamental, is that opinion evidence may not be elicited from a witness of fact. And that is an issue on which very similar evidence has been ruled on in comparable circumstances in the ICTY. I'll give Your Honour the reference. It's Prosecutor and Haradini, IT 0484T, an oral ruling on the 6th of March 2007 on the transcript 457 line 18 to 458 line 22. And there's a very short passage summarising the gist of the ruling. As a general rule, opinion evidence should not be elicited from fact witnesses. Inviting the witness to speculate should also be avoided in cases in which it's not clear what the factual basis is of the witness's testimony. The parties are required to explore the basis of the witness's knowledge in relation to his or her testimony. And then there's a section on second-degree hearsay, which isn't directly germane. The key point is this is not an expert witness. He's not been tendered as such, listed as such, or complied with any of the expert witness rules. and in any event, he ought not and may not be permitted to testify on any issue that has to be decided by the court as a matter of opinion. Those two principles are vital to the way in which his testimony is led, so no question should be asked. And clearly, the statements got those kind of materials in them, but as professional judges, we would assume that they would play no part in the final reasoning. But there can be no justification for seeking to elicit that evidence in oral testimony, because that is deliberately eliciting evidence that is immaterial and irrelevant.
Yes, Your Honor, I join that objection because obviously if you look at the preparation note, which I'm sure Your Honors have, it's replete with opinion testimony for somebody who is not an expert. He says he goes through this on various occasions. And perhaps, Your Honors, I should have brought this up sooner, but we are now at a stage with these preparation notes where they're no longer just preparation notes. They're new statements. We routinely get statements that are single-spaced, multi-paragraph. This is, in fact, 13 pages, single space, with a preparation note. That's preparation note number 1. And we have another preparation note number 2, which is 3 pages or 3+ pages, single space. If Your Honor peruses these are new statements that we received, I believe, on Saturday, which we, of course, given the time frame, haven't had a chance to thoroughly investigate. But we are moving down this road, Your Honors, of new statements for every witness coming up. And we have them eliciting, as my colleague Mr. Emerson just noted, opinion evidence about things which they put in the proofing note and which they intend to make part of the 154 submission such that it will become into evidence. That is completely improper. By the way, I just was notified we received this on Sunday night, not Saturday. My apologies if I had the date wrong, be that as it may. But we now have a document, a new document with new evidence, with new commentary that is completely uninvestigated at this point. And I do believe, Your Honor, and I think that we all come from a background in this where we never received preparation notes of this kind of detail, and which are not just explanatory. These are substantive. And in here, on several occasions, and I can point them out to Your Honors if you want, where this witness makes very clear, very accusatory opinions about responsibility and why things happen to individuals in his zone of responsibility, which for clarity's sake is Rahvat's during the course of most of his stay in Kosovo. Be that as it may, Your Honor, I understand we all want to move this along, and I don't seek a delay in cross-examining this witness, but I am disturbed by what has now become de rigueur, if you will, or acceptable, that my French is not probably what it should be, Your Honor, but it's now become acceptable that we are allowed to go through this rehashing of documents and rehashing of a witness statement. And by the way, he's got multiple witness statements to come up with a new document that we have received on Sunday night with new information that has laid out, as my colleague noted, opinion evidence when this witness is not an expert. So I put that before the chamber. I would ask that any and all of his opinions not be led and be redacted from his preparation note, such that it does not become part of the evidence. And I do, under those circumstances, Your Honor, I think we can generally just proceed as on schedule.
Thank you.
Your Honours, on behalf of the Salimi defence, I'd like to join in the submissions of my colleagues and make one more observation, which is that in preparation note 2, which is generally reserved for new information to be received from the witness, we take that to mean it's new information on the facts that he's going to testify about. He's a fact witness. But in paragraph 10 of the preparation note 2, it seems to be a CV of the witness explaining why he's able to give this in our submission and with respect to pseudo-expert opinion evidence as a means of circumnavigating the rules on expert witnesses and their ability to give opinion evidence. And that's all I'd add at this time. Thank you, Your Honours.
Your Honours, we too join the objections made by my colleagues, in particular for the evidence that is about to be led. We would object to opinion evidence being led from a fact witness in this way. The tell, or one of the many tells in the witness statement, is that there's a whole section subheaded "My Opinion." Now, we of course trust Your Honours as professional judges will disregard that when it comes to the final analysis. But now that the witness is here, it's another thing entirely for more opinion to be led from a fact witness.
Yes, Your Honour. This witness is called as a witness of fact, not as an expert witness, and primarily we rely on the evidence of his direct observations of the things that he was told by other people. We don't wish to rely on his opinions. In relation to the preparation notes, and I should say I don't intend to elicit evidence of his opinions in direct, so that should not be an issue. In relation to the preparation notes, in my submission, the reasons that they cover so much ground is that we try to make them as comprehensive as possible. We try to explore inconsistencies, any ambiguities in the statements, in the proofing as it's intended in accordance with the conduct of proceedings order. And that then allows us to to only elicit very focused testimony. The sections on that were pointed out across the room that specifically deal with or cover the witness's opinions, they result from our questions asking for the witness's basis of knowledge for certain things that are covered in the statement. And we don't intend to cover the same ground again in direct examination. But they are there in the notes. Your Honours are professional judges. You can assign appropriate weight to that evidence or to those paragraphs in the note. And you can disregard them entirely if you think they carry no probative value. In relation to paragraph 10 of the second preparation note, that's information that was volunteered by the witness. We noted it down. We included it to give the defense full notice of what the witness told us during these sessions, so as to fully comply with our obligations under the conduct of proceedings order. The suggestion that we've somehow circumvented the correct procedures in my submission is unfounded. Yes, Your Honour. They're all the matters I wanted to reply to. So if we could.
May I have a quick response, Your Honor? Just very briefly. I mean, I recognize that the preparation notes exercise is not a perfect world. I recognize that. But what the prosecution has done is they are now including non-expert opinions in this proofing note and putting it into evidence per Rule 154. So at some point, at some writing stage in a trial brief down the line, I guarantee you, Your Honor, that opinion is going to be part and parcel of any brief that's filed. And that is the problem with not taking care of this now and excising this information. Because once it's part of the record and in the evidentiary record, which the prosecution is attempting to do with preparation one, for lack of a better term, it's in the record. So that is the problem. I don't want to take any more time to go through this, but that's the issue that I think all the teams are concerned with at this juncture.
All right. Well, we've used up our time, so we will take our lunch break.
No, it's break.
Somebody must have been very hungry, so.
It's not yet.
Not lunch yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, the mid-morning break. Oh, I wish I hadn't said lunch. That's.
No, I'm hungry.
All right. Thank you. We'll be back at 11:30.
All rise. rise.
Be seated. Before we bring the witness in, I will rule on an oral order. I was so hopeful I'd get my voice back, but now I have to read another one of these long things, and it probably won't happen. The panel will rule on the objection raised by the defense in relation to parts of W02153's proposed evidence. The defense raises three complaints. The first is that the evidence is opinion evidence and that the witness not being an expert, it should be excluded. As a preliminary matter, the panel notes that the rules do not provide any exclusionary principle for opinion evidence in respect of witnesses who are not experts. Also true is that there are often matters submitted that are mixed questions of opinion and fact. These would be matters not on an ultimate question, but on some other not necessarily deciding factor. At the same time, the panel accepts the defense's general proposition that such evidence should not be led unless clear foundations may be established for such an opinion. The panel also agrees with the defense that opinion of a witness should not go to any of the ultimate issues that fall within the scope and responsibility of the panel. The panel notes furthermore that opinion evidence has already been elicited by every party in this matter, including the defense. To be of any assistance to the panel, such evidence must be clearly based on facts or circumstances that can be verified. Where this is not the case, the evidence will simply be disregarded or given little or no weight. The panel therefore will not order the SPO to redact any of the information contained in these proofing notes, but reminds the SPO that if it seeks to elicit or rely upon such evidence from this witness, it will have to elicit from the witness the basis on which the witness has formed his opinion. The panel also reiterates that such evidence should not in principle be elicited, and the SPO prosecutor has indicated that they do not intend to lead the questions that resulted in the opinion given. The second defense objection is one based on the hearsay nature of some of the proposed evidence. This has already been decided by the panel, which made it clear that hearsay nature of evidence is no ground in general for its exclusion. It would, however, affect the weight that the panel might be prepared to give to such evidence. The panel notes once again that all parties in this case have already elicited such evidence from witnesses. The panel will not, therefore, disallow those parts of W02153 evidence that are hearsay evidence, but will give them the weight, if any, they deserve. Regarding the defense's objection regarding the length of proofing notes, the panel agrees with the defense that these documents are becoming exceedingly lengthy and do not, in fact, amount, in some instances, to new statements. I'm sorry, I said that backwards. They do, in fact, amount, in some instances, to new statements. The panel therefore reiterates that the principle that Proofing Note 1 should only contain what can reasonably be characterized as a correction or clarification of past statements. Where additional information and explanations are given, these should go into Proofing Note 2, which the SPO can, at its discretion, seek to elicit viva voce from the witness in court. This ends the panel's order. Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in. And we are in public session. Good morning, witness. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn, or already has provided you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141-2 of the rules. Read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you. You can be seated now. Witness, today we will start your testimony. As you know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. The prosecution is seated over here. The defense has then followed by the victim's counsel and the defense. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1 hour. Victim's counsel will take approximately 20 minutes for questions. The defense estimates that it will need 15.5 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope the counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will attempt to clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone. Wait 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss it with anyone. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so or if I raise my hand, which means I may need to give you some additional instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please let us know and we will accommodate you. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Prosecutor, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness.
Good morning to you.
Witness, what is your name
Francis Ledwidge,
and your date and place of birth?
23rd of October, 1966, Liverpool, England.
Your nationality?
Dual nationality, UK and Irish.
Right, thank you. I'll be asking you a series of questions about your 3 prior statements that you've made. Court officer, could I please pull up 114301 to 114316 underscore F01664? And if we could go, please, to the bottom of that page.
Yes.
Witness, do you recognize that signature?
Yes,
Is that your signature?
it is.
And then if we could please go to the last page of that document, that's 114316. Do you recognize that signature?
I do.
That's yours?
Yes.
Court officer, could we please pull up the next document, U008 7623 to U008 7629? And if we could go to page U0087625. To the bottom of that page. Do you recognize your signature there?
Yes.
That's yours?
It is.
And then if we could go to page U0087628. That's also your signature?
Yes.
All right, if we could please pull up the next document, that's 0106-8151 to 0106-8166. And if we could scroll down, please, to the bottom of the page. Do you recognize your signature there?
Yes.
And then if we could go to the last page of that document, 0106-8166. Again, you recognize your signature on that page?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. So, just showing you three statements. Have you recently had an opportunity to refamiliarize yourself with the contents of these statements?
I have, yes.
And in your preparation session last week, you indicated some clarifications to the statements?
Yes.
And these clarifications were reflected in a note that was read back to you?
That's right.
And do you confirm that what was read back to you in that note reflects your clarifications fully and accurately?
Yes.
And subject to the clarifications provided in that note, is the information you provided in the statements that are referred to today accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And subject to the clarifications provided in the note, do these statements accurately reflect what you would say, what you said at the time, and what you would say if asked again in court today?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honours, having fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria and in accordance with Decision F01664, I seek the admission of the prior statements, and they are ERN 114301 to 114316 underscore F01664, and the Albanian translation is 114301 to 114316 AT underscore F01664. The second one is ERN U008 7623 to U008 7629. The Albanian translation is U008 7623 to U008 7629-AT. And the third statement is 0106 8151 to 0106 8166. And again, the Albanian translation 0106 8151 to 0106 8166-AT. And I seek to tender also preparation note 1, that's ERN 114236 to 114248. And I further tender the associated exhibits to the statements, and they were identified in the decision F01664. And the relevant ERNs are set out in the SPO's Rule 154 motion, that's F01625 in Annex 7 of that document. Your Honours, at this point I propose to read a summary of the witnesses' Rule 154.
Any objection to the admission?
Other than those I raised previously.
None. Thank you.
None, Your Honour.
The offered items are hereby admitted. Now you may go on. Wait a second, we need a number for each.
Your Honor, if I can assign numbers to the statement in the preparatory note already, and I will inform everyone regarding the associated exhibits in a little while. The first statement will receive Exhibit P 230. The second statement will be Exhibit P 231. Statement number 3 will be Exhibit P 232. And the preparatory note 1 will be Exhibit P 233. Thank you, Your Honors.
Yes, I propose to read a summary of the witnesses' Rule 154 statement. Witness 2153 was a British Army officer who served with UK KDOM and the OSCE's Kosovo Verification Mission in Kosovo from November 1998 to March 1999, and again from July 1999. The witness investigated cases of persons who were detained by the KLA and or went missing on or about the 17th of July 1998 in Rahovac and surrounding areas, including those abducted in Opterusha and Reti Retimnije. He conducted interviews with persons relating to these events, including with former detainees and family members of victims. 2 persons told the witness that Jakub Krasniqi was present at the detention facility in Mališevo. The witness was briefly detained by Serb forces after the Savelic brothers disappeared on the 27th of February 1999, where he witnessed the volatile situation associated with this incident. The witness observed ethnic tensions and conflicts following the entry of KFOR into Kosovo, including the general atmosphere of hostility towards Serbs and other minorities such as Roma, present in Prizren and Rahovac. The witness investigated the abduction of at least 5 Serbs by armed and uniformed KLA in Rahovac around 16th of June 1999. In or around November 1999, the witness heard from several people that Hashim Thaçi gave a speech to a gathering in Rahovac, in which he declared that the time for speaking Serbian in Rahovac was over.
Interpreters kindly ask the speaker to slow down when reading. Thank you very much.
Witness, I'll be asking you some questions about your investigation of disappearances in July 1998. And if the court officer could please pull up the document SBOE 400-10571 to 400-10579. Witness, can you see that document on your screen?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Can you tell the panel what that document is?
It's a record of an interview I conducted with some assistants either in the priest's house in Velika Hoća or our coordinating centre in Rahovac in or around the 4th of January. Well, on the 4th of January, I think it says. I can't see it at the bottom. Yes, I can. 1999.
So you're the author of this document?
Yes. I think to be accurate, with the assistance of a couple of interpreters and our OSCE staff, yes.
And what language interpreters were they?
In this case, this would be Serbian.
And how many other staff?
Other than myself?
Yes.
I suspect 2, perhaps 3.
All right, and do you recall what their involvement was in creating this document?
Yes, they were interpreters and helped write this document.
All right. You've touched on this before, just briefly, but do you recall where these interviews took place?
I can't recall individually, but we took interviews early in, I think it may have been New Year's Eve, we started New Year's Eve or early January in Velika Hoća. Other interviews, I suspect, 2 or 3 of them in the coordinating centre, our, so to speak, headquarters in Rahovec.
All right, and Court of
if I might just expand a little, my recollection is that most of these were taken in the priest's house in Velika Hoća, maybe 2 elsewhere, but yeah.
Court Officer, if we could perhaps scroll down in that document. You'll see a date. You see a date at the bottom of that document. Or perhaps I'll ask you first. You've read this document recently?
Yes, yes.
And so you're familiar with the contents of the document?
I think so.
And there are a number of dates at the bottom of each statement.
Yeah.
Are those dates accurate as far as you recall?
I have no reason to believe they're not.
All right. And does the information in the document, does it reflect what those people told you at the time?
It does.
Yes, perhaps if we could scroll down a few pages in the document. And the next page. 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 And then the last page.
For elucidation, if I might, I would suspect that the statement of Slavka, and I can't remember if she's redacted or not, but her relative were taken in Orahovac.
All right. So you, in terms of the process that went into creating this document, you met with these individuals in
Yes.
either Velika Hoća or in Rahovac, and then you spoke to them, you interviewed them?
Yes.
And then if you could take us through between the interview and the creation of this document, what steps were involved?
Well, it's 25 years ago, obviously, so the process by which we converted notes into a printed document like this for the purpose of trying to identify or locate the missing persons, I can't precisely recall. However, I would be surprised if it did not involve some discussion between ourselves and the witness and a reading back to the witness. Sadly, I did not make them sign it. These were not intended to be court proceedings, rather more for our own information and the information of our headquarters. And they will then have been typed up very shortly after, perhaps even on the same day of the interview. And they were then converted into one document, which I think was lodged. I don't know where it was lodged, but I would suspect it was lodged, and the court will have acquired it from OSCE headquarters, where it has been filed ever since. I had a copy myself, but as the statement in 2000 that I made indicates, I somehow lost it or it was not present. It was only an electronic copy, but somehow I misplaced it or got lost or I never had it.
All right, thank you. You said that you took that information for your own purposes. What was that purpose?
The purposes of the organisation, which was to attempt to determine the fate and location of the family members of those who were making this statement.
All right, and the information included in that document, was it solely based on the interviews that took place on those dates?
Yes, I think it's fair to say that.
If we could go to page SPOE 4001-0575. And if we could scroll down to the bottom of that page. So there's a name, Snezhenia Baljosevic. You see that?
I do, Your Honour, yes.
If I could ask you, first of all, the spelling of Snezhenia. Are there different ways to spell that name?
I would spell it now with a Z, S-N-E-Z-E-N-A. I think there's an accent on the Z, if one is to be accurate about it. Same with Bozhanitz, by the way.
And on the next page, there's on the following page, there's a date of the 28th of December, 1998. On the one page further up. Witness, do you recall speaking to Snezhenia Baljosevic on the 28th of December 1998?
Your Honour, I'm not entirely sure if that 28th December, just to be precise, does not refer to the statement on the page before, but I remember speaking, yes it does, yes. I remember speaking to Snezhenia, yes, on several occasions. Indeed, I remember her quite well.
All right, was this the first occasion that you spoke to her?
No, it was not.
But the information that's recorded here is based on that interview on the 28th of December.
Yes, we decided to formalise the information that the witnesses had given us earlier. I think, again, to be complete, Your Honour, we arrived in Orahovets, I'll call it for simplicity, Orahovets, if you don't mind, in late November 98. On the first day, relatives of the Serbian missing, as we came to call them, even though they weren't all of that ethnicity, came to visit us, and they came to visit us almost every day. So we were familiar with all of these people. This was the first time that I recall we formalised their accounts for the purposes of reporting and assisting ourselves with the inquiry, insofar as you can call it that.
All right. Do you have any specific recollection of meeting Snezhenia Baljosevic on that date?
I recall Snezhenia sitting before me. On several occasions, I can't specify that day. I have no reason to believe, well, I have every reason to believe that she did. But Snezhenia was one of those who we encountered quite a lot, and quite rightly so, I think.
All right. Do you know the general time frame of when these encounters took place?
November. With respect to Snezhenia, my recollection is she was one of the first tranche of the widows, as we now know them to be, to visit us, along with her mother-in-law, and indeed several others on that we meet in these statements. The question was, when was the first time? Would have been around the late November 98, perhaps the 25th or something like that.
Right. Do you remember roughly the last time? Roughly the last time you spoke to her?
I would suspect it would have been in March 99.
All right. And in that time frame, how did she appear to you? How did she present?
Snezhenia's husband, Your Honour, had been kidnapped and not seen for several months. She had a small baby. She too had been kidnapped. She was commonly, as I recall, quite distressed. And there were times, I think, where she despaired of the work that those investigating her husband's disappearance were doing, quite understandably. So the answer to the question is her demeanour was, as I recall it, usually quite distressed. She was being asked, Your Honour, to recall extremely traumatic and shocking events, and understandably did not take that well.
And then if we could go to page SPOE 4001-0577. Yep. It says at the top of the page there, statement of Slavka Baljosevic. You see that there?
I do.
Again, the first name Slavka is, are there different versions of that first name?
I believe so, yes. However, I'm not an expert in diminutives. It may have been Slavica, her name. There were several Slavicas we dealt with. She was Slavka, and always Slavka to me.
Could it have been Krunoslava?
Could have been.
If we could go to the bottom of the page, or indeed to the next page. You see the date there, the 9th of January, 1999?
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of speaking to Slavka Baljosevic on the 9th of January, 1999?
I would be unsure to confirm that I remember that particular occasion, because, again, I would encounter Slavka quite a lot. Sometimes in her house we would visit to update her. She would come to see us. Can I see her before me giving the interview? I'm not sure if I'm recalling or... I'm not sure if I'm recalling that, but I'm certain that she was there in front of us giving that statement, yes.
All right. In terms of the time frame that you dealt with her, is that around the same time, around December to March?
Yes, it was, Your Honour.
And during those times, how did she present to you?
Slavka obviously also had undergone extreme trauma, Your Honour. I would say that her demeanour was slightly more direct and less openly emotional, but very definitely grounded in trauma. Again, I do recall with respect to Slavka that understandably she lost faith, or began to lose faith in what we could do towards the end of our mission. This was quite common.
All right, now if we could go to page SPOE 4001-0578. We're already on that page. That's you can see the statement of Jovan Lukic there.
Yes.
And if we could just go over to the next page. There again, the date is the 9th of January 1999. For Jovan Lukic, do you have any recollection of speaking to him on the 9th of January 1999?
Yes, Your Honour, I do.
And how did he appear to you?
As I say there in the preamble, he also was extremely distressed. He didn't want to speak about the incident and told us so. And so what is elucidated there is what we could, what we could get out of him. I think in fairness and for completeness, I should say I recall speaking to him in his house. It may be that I did so on that day, or it may well be that I did so and asked him to come down to the to our headquarters, but my recollection is we took the statement at his house.
All right, thank you, witness. Those are all the questions I have about that document. And, Your Honour, I seek to tender SPOE 4001-0571 to 4001-0579 and the Albanian translation with the same ERN-AT.
No, again, Judge, no objection other than the objections we filed with the 154.
Your Honour, there is an objection. The objection is these are statements, and the court's previously ruled that the rules applicable to statements are rules 153, 154 and 155, and where the defence has sought to tender statements during examination, the failure to satisfy those rules has been held to be fatal to the admission of the documents. And they plainly don't satisfy those requirements, being not signed, being not verified by a witness in the courtroom, and not meeting the 155 criteria.
Thank you. We'll take that under advisement at this point. Rule on it later on.
Your Honor, may I respond to that objection? Sure. That submission is contrary to Your Honor's previous rulings in a decision in Guchati and Haradinai, where Your Honor's interpreted the meaning of the word statement under Rules 153 to 155. And I refer you in particular to paragraphs 85 to 87 of decision, and this is in the Guchati and Haradinai case, decision F00334, and in particular paragraph 86, where Your Honour stated that nonetheless the panel recognises that a written statement under Rules 153 to 155 of the rules ought to be taken in the context of or in connection with legal proceedings to come within the scope of these rules, so as to distinguish such a statement from a statement made and recorded in a context unrelated to such proceedings. In particular, the panel notes that a key factor in deciding whether an out-of-court statement took place in the context of or in connection with legal proceedings is whether that statement was given to a person or body authorized to collect evidence for use in such proceedings. And those paragraphs, paragraph 85 to 87, they're cited in the conduct of proceedings order at paragraph 74, footnote 14, where the conduct of proceedings orders determines that the word statement should be understood in accordance with that decision, in addition to an oral decision in the Guchati and Haradinai case. So in my submission, the relevant principle here is that Rules 153 to 155, a written statement to come within the scope of these rules ought to be taken in the context of or in connection with legal proceedings. And Your Honour, the witness today stated that the purpose for which he sought that information was to find missing persons and not in the context of or in connection with legal proceedings. And that's also consistent, Your Honours, with previous rulings in this case, and in particular F01380 at paragraph 50 and F01603 at paragraph 158. They concerned similar documents, and objections in those cases were overruled, or the document was admitted by Your Honours. And so in our submission, there's nothing barring the admission of this document under Rule 138.1. Yeah, because it does not constitute a statement within the meaning of 153 to 155.
Sorry, Your Honour, just before you deliberate, could I just be heard on one matter in rejoining? I apologize. Sure.
Sorry, I didn't see you stand.
No, I was a little slow on my feet, Your Honour. Just to say that I believe there is at least some suggestion from this witness's 154 statement, and it's 0106-8151 at page 12, which is 8162, that he was authorized to collect information, pass information onto The Hague, and he obtained that clearance in order to do so. So to say that, and I'll just read out the paragraph. It says, in the course of 2 conversations with this man, who's Colonel Milan Petrovic, he asked me if I had authority to pass information to The Hague. I obtained clearance prior to this meeting to do so, and I told the Colonel that. So at least some of the information that was being gathered was being done so to further some investigation. Thank you.
We will rule on this right after lunch.
Might I be permitted, Your Honour, to address the Hague point?
That
I was the witness. So. Yes, might I be permitted to address the Hague point, if appropriate? Roger, right.
Witness, there's just one further document that I want to show you, and that's, if we could pull up SPOE 001-98367 to 001-98834. And if we could go to page SPOE 00198585. Sorry, I'll repeat that. SPOE 001-98573. Can you see that document on your screen?
I can.
Do you recognize this report?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the panel what that report is?
Yes, it's an excerpt from Volume 1 of As Seen, As Told, which is a record of OSCE investigations on human rights. In this case, before the NATO intervention, there is a Volume 2 dealing with breaches of international human rights after the intervention.
Now, if we could go to page SPOE 00198585. Go. And then to SPOE 0019593. Right, that ERN range SPOE 00198573 to 00198593. That's, as you've said before, that's an extract. You've been provided that extract recently?
Yes.
And you've had a look at that?
Yes.
And it's as you said, it's an extract of this broader report. Did you and what does it deal with? This extract in particular?
I haven't got it on my screen at the
If we
moment.
go to the first page, I'm just asking broadly in terms of the location.
Human rights breaches in the Prizren or Rahavets region of Kosovo.
All right, thank you. Did you personally contribute to that part of the report?
Yes, I believe so.
In what way?
The procedure was that this was after, Your Honour, the NATO bombing towards, as I recall, at the end of '99. We were asked to appoint an editor or contribute to this report. I was the editor for the Prizren region. We submitted material to our colleagues in Pristina, where some very capable editors collated the information and produced this report.
And what was the information in that in those pages? What was it based on?
It was based on statements, strictly, as I recall, on statements or reports that the OSCE and its various teams had received or made.
All right, and having recently read those pages, would you say that the information contained therein is generally consistent with your understanding of the events in Rahavats in 1998 or in that time frame, or not?
Generally consistent, yes, Your Honour.
All right, Your Honours, I seek to tender pages SPOE 001-98573 to SPOE 001-98593.
Just to be clear, I'm sorry, Judge.
We're having a problem with the transcript right now. Unless you think otherwise. We're going to need 10 minutes to reboot the transcript, so we will stand adjourned for 10 minutes. Thank you.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. I think Mr. Keogh was.
Yes, Ron, I just wanted some clarification about this exhibit, which is on the screen, and council can verify that this is in fact part of as seen, as heard. The entire exhibit.
This is an extract, about 20 pages of the report. Yes.
Yes, I just wanted that clarification, Your Honor.
Volume 1 of that report.
I'm sorry?
Volume 1.
Yes, thank you.
And you've offered it?
That extract, yes.
Is there any objection?
No objection, Judge.
None.
That exhibit is admitted. A number will be assigned.
Your Honors, could I confirm the extract that is being admitted, the ERN range?
Yes, it's SPOE 0019857 to 0019859.
And that will receive exhibit number P234, Your Honors.
Mr. Ellis, did you have a question?
I did, Your Honours. It's in relation to the other exhibit that was tendered and currently marked for identification. I simply invite Your Honours to defer that ruling until after the end of the cross-examination of this witness. There are matters about both the probative value and, of course, following from that prejudicial effect.
This particular exhibit we're talking about?
No, the previous one, the bundle of statements that was marked for identification earlier. Your Honour.
Okay, well, we'll take a look at that over the noon hour, as I said. I'm sorry, are we admitted? Madam Court Officer, do we have a number for it?
For the previous bundle of statements? Not yet, but it can be assigned P235 marked for identification. That was P234.
I didn't write it down, so.
And shall I be marking the other one?
Hmm?
Shall I be marking the other one for identification? So, just for the record, Your Honors, SPOE 40010571 to SPOE 40010579 will have P235 MFI.
Thank you very much. Mr. Prosecutor, you can continue. Whoops. Madam Usher, please.
Perhaps while the witness comes in, I just note in relation to preparation note 1, I read out the wrong ERN. The correct ERN is 114260 to 114272. So I apologize for that.
All right, the prosecution will continue.
Yes, sir. No, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right.
On reflection, we have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Keogh, you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor, you're just going to have a few minutes to bring up the equipment, if you will.
Go ahead.
I'm ready to go.
You may proceed. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ledwidge. We haven't had the pleasure to speak. My name is Greg Kehoe. I represent President Hashem Thaçi in this matter. I just want to go back a little bit in some of your past history. I noticed that that you had, prior to your foreign deployments, you had been involved in the intelligence arena for the British military. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and then can you tell us exactly, without going into the specifics to the extent that it's classified, can you tell us exactly when that began, that you began to do intelligence work for the British military?
I served 2 tours in Bosnia, one beginning in December of '96, ending in May 97. I served another tour beginning in March and ending in September of '98. I served in a NATO capacity there, a joint unit tasked with gaining information for the I4 initially and then S4 subsequently.
So well, I think you highlighted something quite pertinent, that you as an intel officer are sent out in the field to gather information to pass it on to your superiors. Is that right?
Well, during the course of those tours, that is correct.
Okay. And it's very important when you are gathering that information to document that information and be quite specific about what you know. Is that right?
To the extent it's relevant to the requirements.
Of course, absolutely. I should have prefaced it, to the extent that it's relevant to the matter at hand, if you will.
Right.
And during this course of this, you learned to speak Serbian, is that right?
Your Honour, it was Bosnian, the official title, but as you know, the languages are very similar, but that's right, yes.
And when did you learn Serbian?
That was
you can
between...
call it BSc, right?
Say again?
I think the ICTY calls it BSc, Bosnian Serbo-Croatian. Whatever. When did you learn Serbian?
That will have been mid-96, just prior to my deployment on my first tour.
And so by the time then you were deployed in, I think you told us you have in your statements that you were deployed to Kosovo in 1998. Is that right?
Late November, Your Honour, yes.
And in part you were deployed there as an intelligence officer because you spoke Serbian, right?
That is incorrect, Your Honour.
They correct me if at any point I ask a question that's incorrect, Mr. Ledwidge, please correct me.
I certainly will.
Okay.
So the answer is I was deployed as a verifier as part of the Kosovo verification mission. It was amply clear to all of us we were there in a civilian capacity, and that's how we served.
But one of the reasons that you were sent to the particular area that you were sent to was because you spoke Serbian. Is that right?
I suspect it's more that I had, A, that I had some experience in the region, and B, and to a far lesser extent, that I had some familiarity with, at the time, with the language. But most of our teams were, well, in fact, no, our teams were composed of people from across the military and indeed later on the civilian spectrum.
And when you were there, you moved into Rahavac initially, is that right?
We spent, I think, 3 days in Belgrade, and then we moved to Kosovo, where there were some days spent on briefings and waiting for our trip, our transport. Prizren was the next port of call, and we deployed out to Rahovec, late November '98.
And when you deployed to Rahavac in late November, you took a headquarters, I think you said, on the top of a hill, is that right?
We were renting the house of a person who lived at the end of the main road in Rahavac on the hill. Yeah, it was a small house with a little yard, reasonably secure as far as we could see, but we weren't that choosy at that time.
And when was that you took residence in that house?
Late November 1998, perhaps November the 26th off the top of my head. May have been 2 days either side of that, Your Honour.
And you, the particular house that you excuse me, withdraw. And
Could the speakers please observe a pause between question and answer? Thank you.
to the translation section, I do that all the time, and I will do my best to pause. Mr. Ledwidge, I think that you can help me with that too. But
going to make a good team. Yeah.
I understand. So you deployed to this house in Rahavats with another gentleman, is that right?
No, we deployed, Your Honour, with a team of, well, we were, in that particular place, a team of 4 at that time. But we were then joined by many more, several more in that little group. The whole group was composed, I think, of 22. The other guys, we had no women with us at that time, were scattered initially in the town, and then after a few weeks they deployed out to their field stations, as they were called, as I remember. So to answer your question directly, there were 4 of us in that house.
And after you took and by the way, that residence was up in the Serb area of Rahavats, wasn't it?
That's correct, Your Honour. As I say in my statement, there are 2, I haven't been back for many, many years, 2 parts of the town. The part on the hill was occupied by those who were Serbs, and the rest of the town, the majority, perhaps 90%, lived down in the main town area.
The area that you chose to have your headquarters was in the Serb area, right?
That's correct.
And the person in the OSC hierarchy that you reported to was Suzanne Ringard Pedersen, right?
In my capacity as a human rights officer, that is correct.
Now,
the lines of reporting were, at that point, quite informal. We were a group of, I think, maybe 100 or so nationally, perhaps, regionally, I mean, or provincially at that time, throughout Kosovo. And so I would report to my boss, who was Ian MacLeod, subsequently George Bourdet, technically speaking, and I would also report sometimes separately, but there was no conflict to Suzanne. That is correct, Your Honour.
And I don't mean to quibble with you. I'm just reading your preparation note that the prosecution put in evidence in paragraph 10, counsel, for your review, if you want to look at it. You said when asked when he reported, he stated that he initially reported to Ian MacLeod. When he became head of missing persons team in Prizren, he was reporting through Human Rights Office to Michel de Maisonneuve. However, the primary reporting was to the Human Rights Office in Pristina, generally to Suzanne Pedersen, who I think is Suzanne Ringard Pedersen.
That is correct.
And occasionally to Sandra Mitchell. Is that right?
Yes. However, when you're living with your team, you will converse about these things, and we arranged operations quite informally.
So let's just go into you coming into the area, and you said you went through some briefings before you got there, and before you got up to Rahavats. I think you said you spent some days with chats with others, and during that period of time, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was a period of time where people gave you some idea of what had happened in the Rahavats area in the prior months, did they not?
I think it's fair to say that all of us had little visibility on what had happened over the summer. I cannot recall, Your Honour, being briefed on the situation in Rahavats, specifically. In Pristina, in Belgrade, we may have had a quick briefing from the embassy, but I do not recall that. In Pristina, we met some diplomatic members of the diplomatic mission who gave us a very general briefing on what was going on. I don't recall that being very long. But when we got down to Prizren, we were in the middle of an ongoing conflict, highly, at that time, I think it's fair to say, quite kinetic, in that people were being killed regularly, breaches of the ceasefire, which we were there to verify were happening all the time. I think there was little headspace for matters that had taken place 3 months before. We were quite occupied with those who were with those incidents that were taking place now.
And during your learning about the Kosovo Albanians in the Rahavats area, and as well as the KLA, you came to learn that the KLA was basically a horizontal rural social structure and military, didn't you?
To be honest, the Orbat of the KLA, Your Honour, was not my concern. I don't recall being briefed one way or the other.
Well, let me read for you an excerpt from As Seen, As Told. I see that the prosecution has put in Exhibit 234, which is their excerpt from As Seen, As Told, and I will want to read you. I have some. I'll show you in the interest of time. Before lunch, I will read this one to you, and if you want to follow along, counsel, it's SPOE 00198-098 to 0198366, and this is at 151. And you noted for us that you were involved in some of the preparation of Volume 1 of As Seen, As Heard.
Both volumes.
Both volumes, great. So, and this was what's written on that particular page. Kosovo Albania rural structure has managed to remain relatively horizontal, with loyalty to the family and village, and less than to a central authority. The UCK, KLA, therefore developed with a localized structure with central command being posed thereafter. So, was it in fact? Well, let me read you one other excerpt from As Seen, As Heard. And this, counsel, is the same bait stamp numbers. And this would be on page SPO 0E00198-152. In general, until the arrival of Ajim Ceku as commander in April '99, with his vast experience from the war in Croatia, there was only a small corps of well-trained UCK personnel with the knowledge to provide leadership and backbone. The vast majority of the rank and file remained villagers with a weapon and within the main only a very rudimentary idea of infantry tactics. Now, on those two items, the first item being the rural structure, the localized structure of the KLA, and that the soldiers themselves possessing a very rudimentary idea of infantry tactics. Do you agree with the sentiments that were published in the book that the OSCE published on As Seen, As Told?
To be candid with you, I neither agree nor disagree. I was not a military analyst at the time. If you ask me to comment on that, may I?
Certainly may.
I would suggest that you could say the very same thing about other structured insurgencies, which I know something, such as the Taliban, or indeed any other insurgency. That's how they tend to grow. It doesn't exclude a chain of command, if that's your point.
Well, sir, we are talking about what the KLA is like when you got there in November of 1998, looking back through your investigations that you were conducting for events that took place in the summer of 1998. So I want to focus for you the fact that you come in November of 1998, but the focus of much of your investigation are events that take place in the summer of 1998, right?
The focus of this particular investigation, I would suggest that 80 to 90% of my work was concerned with Serbian atrocities taking place contemporaneously. Okay. But to the extent that this investigation was concerned, I would suggest you're probably right.
So, would you agree that part of your remit, if you will, when you were looking back as to what happened in 1998, and we can see it in your conversations with various military leaders or various military personnel in your statements, would you agree that part of your remit was to try to find out what happened in the summer of 1998, including what happened to the KLA and what happened to the Serb forces, right?
My remit, Your Honour, was to try to determine the fate of the missing.
Well, fine. As part of that, you endeavored to talk to people and find out what the military structures were, certainly in the Rahavats area, didn't you?
No, that was not my remit.
Okay, we'll get back to that in a little bit. Do you know Sean Burns?
No.
Well, Sean Burns
Sorry, rephrase. I may have known Sean Burns, but I do not recall the name.
He was in KDOM, and then he transferred over to KVM when KVM absorbed KDOM. And he noted, with his assessment of things in the June of 1998, that in June of 1998, when Holbrook and Hill first had contact with the KLA, Burns's impression was that the KLA was not a cohesive organization. Burns based this view on his knowledge of many of the district commanders. Burns said that the KLA leadership at the time could be characterized as warlords, each conducting their own armed struggle. After the Yashari compound incident of 1998, you are aware of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. After the Yashari compound incident in March 1998, however, the Kosovo Albanian diaspora and Kosovo Albanians with J&A experience in the J&A became more active in the creation of a unified KLA with a command structure. This objective was, however, constantly at risk of being undermined by internal struggles among KLA zone commanders, in particular Haradine, Shala, and Remy, as well as the resistance of zone commanders to take direction from the KLA political leadership. Well, do you know anything about that, sir? Do you know anything about the KLA leadership and the resistance by zone commanders to take any authority or any direction from any of their political entities in the KLA?
Your Honour, this was not my remit.
I'm not asking you that question. Do you know anything about that?
I do.
Okay, and it is a fact, is it not, that the KLA in the summer of 1998, as Sean Burns attested to, was rife with internal struggles, wasn't it?
That is the assessment of one analyst. I can't really comment further than that. I wasn't there at the time.
Okay, but based on the analysis that you made, looking back as to the events in July or the summer, better still, of 1998, would you agree with me that the KLA was rife with internal struggles?
I haven't the information to answer that, in all honesty. It may well be, it may not be so. I had no personal information.
Well, do you know Brigadier David Wilson, who's of the UK?
I do recall David, yes.
I'm sorry?
I do recall David.
I think that was my fault, because I think you thought I finished my question, so I think the translators will be upset with us. So
one question.
Let me try it out again. Do you know Brigadier David Wilson from the UK Armed Forces?
I do not know him now, but I knew of him at the time I was in Orahovats. I got to know him a little better in that he drove me from Albania back into Kosovo in July. That is the extent of my acquaintance with him, although I do have a great deal of respect for the man, from what I know of him.
And let me share with you a report by Brigadier Wilson, initial SPO E00117127 to 7132, and this excerpt is on 7129. And he advised that of necessity, UK KDOM had significant exposure to the KLA as part of their operation. The overall picture is still of a series of mainly fragmented and disparate units differing markedly in appearance and training. Most of the groups are extremely small. The largest encounter by UK KDOM was no more than 40, and some were as small as 5 or 6. They varied from well-organized sections with distinct military and political leaders and membership drawn largely from the diaspora, to ill-clad, poorly equipped groups of unsophisticated young peasants who were clearly recruited from the immediate vicinity. Do you agree with the assessment of the Brigadier?
Your Honour,
I'm talking about Brigadier Wilson.
Your Honour, my role was to, at that point, conduct human rights investigations and, amongst that, to determine the fate of the missing from all nationalities in our town. To that extent, occasionally, I would join patrols or even make patrols into what we call the KLA's area or the KLA zone. On occasion, I would come across, and we're talking about fingers of one hand here, KLA troops. They did not impress me as being comparable to perhaps the British or the German armies, but they were generally uniformed and armed, and clearly KLA soldiers.
And
that is...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, that is the extent, Your Honour, of my direct engagement with the rank and file. It may be that David had a greater involvement, so I do not have the, I repeat, do not have the direct knowledge to be able to comment one way or the other. I do know that Professor Pettifer at Oxford has written on the KLA. He may take a different view on the organisational structures, but that is a matter with this question, I suspect.
Thank you for now, Mr. Ledwidge. I notice this is 1 o'clock, Judge, the witching hour, if you will, so.
We'll take a break for lunch, witness, till 2:30. And the court usher will assist you out of the courtroom. Just to illustrate how difficult this opinion issue is, 4 opinions have been elicited in that short period of time you were asking those questions.
I just asked whether he agreed with the assessment of Brigadier Wilson.
On different opinions. I'm just giving you an instance of how difficult it can be.
I understand.
Yeah.
I do understand that.
So, we'll break for lunch. Do you have anything else?
Oh, not at this point.
Okay. All right. Till 2:30.
All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, bring in the witness.
Your Honour, I have a small matter to raise before the witness comes in. I have a small matter to raise before the witness comes in. In the presentation queue for the Thaçi defence, there's a number of documents that concern witnesses that have testified in this trial with protective measures, and so we just want to make sure that no question on these documents are not being shown to the witness in a way that would breach the protective measures or.
I understand what counsel's talking about. I appreciate what he's talking about. I think we'll go into the appropriate guidance. We obviously won't show documents that reveal those witnesses' identity to the public. So.
Witness, we will continue with the cross-examination by the Thaçi defense. You are still under an obligation to tell the truth. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ledwidge.
Good afternoon, sir.
So just continuing when we left off and going back to your time in Rahavats, I mean, you do know that the KLA was a volunteer army and people came and went when they wanted to, right?
I've been reflecting over the lunch period. I'd just like to go back to one of the issues you raised.
How about, can you answer my question first, and then you can go into what
Sure.
you wanted to raise, just so we're on
Yes,
the same wavelength.
it's a similar point.
Oh,
Sure,
okay.
yeah,
If it's
yeah.
the same, please do.
Same or similar, yes. So I said that I'd been out into the KLA controlled territories half a dozen or so times. It's probably a bit more than that, maybe a couple more. And I think, in fairness, I have to say, I don't have to say, I say that there were occasions when the kind of units you described, which were ad hoc village levies composed of very brave people who'd got hold of some weapons and were probably not capable of substantial and effective resistance, were present, and I saw that alongside the other kind of units that I saw. And to address your question directly, I think you're right, yes.
Okay. And in looking at the performance of the KLA, did you come to a conclusion that they lacked cohesion and lacked the ability to, for instance, offensive maneuvers, to be able to maneuver per se? Did you get that?
I had and have the impression that some of their, or most of their best, many of their best people were killed during the summer operations, notably the senior commanders, as I understand it, in the Rahavats region. Certainly they would not, to the extent I can tell, have been capable of the kind of things, as I say, a regular army or even the Serbian army might be capable of, although one might question their abilities in that respect as well.
And
with hindsight.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Sorry, sir, with hindsight.
And I just did something I need to correct myself on.
Me too, yeah.
Mr. Ledwidge, if I ever cut you off when you're giving an answer, please let me know, and I apologize ahead of time for doing that. I do that from time to time, I must confess. So please tell me you're not stopped. You haven't finished your answer, because we want everything you have to say. So again, I apologize ahead of time for doing that, but I do have a tendency to
Understood.
do it.
Thank you.
So, but you did recognize upon looking at the battle in Rahavats in July of 98, and you said this in your November 2000 interview to the ICTY at Exhibit 232, and that is at base tip at number 010681157, Council, if you want to read along. I said, there is no evidence, talking about the Rahavats.
Sure.
There is no evidence that the KLA put forward any resistance to this counterattack in any event. One man told me they just ran away and left us to face the consequences. So when it came to the Serb retaking of Rahavats, the KLA put up virtually no resistance and left the people to suffer the consequences, didn't they?
Yes.
And would you agree with, again, with Brigadier Myers' assessment here? And again, he says this, counsel, for you, and I'll just read it for you in the interest of time.
Sorry, sir. Myers, have we?
Brigadier David Myers?
David Wilson, I think.
Wilson, excuse me. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. This is actually a different witness. This is David Myers, another individual who was down there at the time. And he noted that throughout the summer offensive, the performance of the KLA was largely woeful. The lack of cohesion between different groups, poor to non-existent command and control, limited influence of the former professional soldiers, largely J&A, within the UCK, poor training standards, and limited weaponry combined to allow the Serbs to dominate those areas of Kosovo which they chose to concentrate throughout the summer. The KLA cannot be said to have been totally defeated in the campaign, largely because of the intervention of the international community. But it is clear that both politically and militarily, they were in a shambolic state by the late summer. Now, that would be consistent with what you saw when, what you heard about when you went back to assess the KLA fighting off the Serb counterattack in July of 1998, wasn't it?
Well, Your Honor, I took almost no time at all in assessing tactical capabilities, but I wouldn't argue with your primary comment.
And when you were looking at, and you did offer some opinions on command and control, which we'll talk about in your statements, but in your SPO statement, you did note, and this is in paragraph 12, and I'm just trying to get the date right, of Exhibit 230, you noted, with respect to my reference to the high command of the KLA, I had an idea that there was a higher level command, but I did not know what it was. And later on in that same statement in paragraph 12, you said, we knew the names of the zone commanders, but I at least did not have a clear understanding of who was involved in the higher command. And that's accurate, isn't it? I mean, you had no idea who was involved in the higher command of the KLA, do you?
That's certainly the case early on in my time. Towards the end, I'd formed some views which appear in that statement and subsequent statements.
Well,
However, if I might, sorry,
Go ahead, please.
You didn't interrupt me. I wanted to elucidate. We were stonewalled at every, I say we, it's my understanding, my colleagues who were dealing and were deputed to deal with the KLA were stonewalled at almost every level when concerned with the missing issue, which was my primary concern. So the information that passed down to me was very limited, as you suggest.
And if we stay with this a moment, where you testified, you told the SPO that you had an idea that there was a higher level command, but you did not know what it was. You also told them in the same paragraph that I do not recall Thaçi being mentioned on this list until Rambouillet. However, we were ill-informed about the overall structure of the KLA. That's accurate, isn't it? You didn't hear anything about Thaçi until Rambouillet, right?
That's right, yes.
And it's likewise accurate that you were ill-informed about the overall structure of the KLA.
As I've said.
Now, the zone commanders, you said you knew the names of the zone commander. Who was the name of the zone commander in the Postrik zone when you got there in November of 1998?
A Postrik zone.
Would you agree with me that what zone is Rahavad's in?
I can't
Could
recall.
you two both quit talking over each other all the time?
I apologize, Judge. I do apologize, and it's my fault. I do it all the time, but I'll try to correct it. What zone is Rahavad's in? Do you know?
I'm not certain. From your question, I'd assume it's in the Postrik zone. I was not an analyst at the time.
Put aside what zone it is. Do you know who the zone commander was?
I've a recollection of 3 zone commanders. There was a Harudinai. I don't think he was the relevant one. I recall a Remy, and of course Drini took over in January. Prior to that, no, I do not know.
Okay.
Or if I know, I've forgotten, or knew I'd forgotten.
Well, if I can help you, Haradnai's over in the Duke.
That's correct, yes,
right?
I recall that.
And the Lop zone was Remy, right?
As you say.
But you don't recall, before Drini, you don't recall who the zone commander was in Postrik, right?
No. If you were to tell me his name now, I might recall it, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
When you were looking back at what had happened in the summer of 1998 in Rahavac, you did speak to this, or you did have contact with this individual by the name of Sosi, right?
Intermittent.
Well,
a couple of times. Well, a couple of times.
I did it again.
I think we did it. A couple of times directly, and I think my boss, Ian MacLeod, saw him several more times. And I've been racking my brains about this. I can recall perhaps 2 direct meetings, or person to person, prior to the evacuation with him, between me and him. However, my colleagues met with him, as I recall, as I said, reasonably regularly.
But you did speak to him, did you not?
Yeah.
Okay. And I just want to, read you something on it's a Shabajin and Sena who's Sosi, and this is at 055443 TRET Part 4, 17 to line 17 to 18.4. So that's page 4, Part 4, page 17, and then down to page 18, line 4. Professor Senna, your lawyer made a point yesterday that I want to ask you about. He said that at first, in the spring and summer of 1998, the KLA just had an organizational structure and that the chain of command emerged over time, and you'd be able to explain this. Answer. So there was no chain of command, and it was built on a voluntary basis. Was that your observation at the time?
I really can't comment on that.
You have no reason to question the individual who was in the KLA at the time, that there was no chain of command.
As I've said, it was not something that directly concerned me. I have my views now, but at the time they did not concern me, those arrangements.
So you were aware that Rahavats, the Rahavats area, they started to form itself in April of 1998. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware now.
Are you aware now? Okay. Are you aware that during that period of time, that they were, certainly in the beginning, as time moved on, they were, as the OSCE and as seen as heard, reported, they were always short on weapons?
I think we were all of us were fairly clear on that.
Okay, and they were always short on supplies?
Yeah, no reason to doubt that at all.
And many of the conscripts, or not even conscripts, the volunteers, didn't even know how to use a weapon?
Absolutely. It's not unusual in those circumstances in my experience.
And during this period of time that they were concerned, were they not, about spies, collaborators, infiltrators in their midst, weren't they?
Undoubtedly.
And in fact, are you aware that the KLA on various occasions in the spring and summer of 1998 were ambushed or were trapped in their belief based on the fact that information had been turned over, telling the other side about their position, etc.?
No doubt. I have no direct awareness, but that's the role of military intelligence to arrange that kind of encounter.
You are aware, when you talked about what happened in Rahavats, that certainly the KLA could not withstand or fight off an offensive by Serb forces during that period of time. Isn't that right?
I think it would be fair to say that many Rahavats people would say they were not willing to do so, but it may well be that they could not do so. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
You would agree with me that the VJ and the paramilitaries and the MUP were significantly better armed than the KLA.
Certainly.
And were you aware during this period of time when fighting ensued that KLA soldiers were deserting their posts or not doing what they were supposed to do?
No, but it would not be surprising, again, based on my experience elsewhere.
Well, you talked to us about Tony, and take my word for it, his name is Jalal Haja, H-A-J-D-A, and you had a very high opinion of Tony, is that right?
I had an opinion neither one way or the other, to be fair, Your Honour. However, the people to whom I spoke did have a high opinion, and that included, as I say, I think in my statement, as I recall, several Serbian people in the town.
Well, let me pull up a SPO exhibit, and this is P67. I'll just show the first sheet, if you can, just the first page. This is a document that the prosecution, the SPO, put into evidence, a report of the Rahavats operational staff for the KLA general staff. And I believe if you go to the last page of this document, It's dated 15 August 1998. And if we could go to what is the fourth page in English, which is 0437788. And this, you see the third paragraph down on this page?
Yeah.
Mr. Ledwidge? And it's talking about the individual you know as Tony.
Yes.
And it notes, since Jalal Haja did not respond to the duty of the battalion commander assigned to him, that is, he refused to be a commander of the company, on 7 June 1998, Zanel Berisha from Denia, Rehavats, would be appointed as the commander. Were you aware that Tony had refused a battalion command that was ordered out of the Drenitsa headquarters?
No.
Were you aware that he was supposed to be answerable to the Drenitsa headquarters?
No. As I said, the ORBAT of the KLA was not my concern. I will make an observation, if you don't mind, Your Honour,
Sure.
that this looks like a pretty efficient operational report from an organisation which is said to have no chain of command. But that's a personal observation.
Well, we can go through. We can go through it and diffuse that opinion with quite easily if you want
Not
to.
sure my opinion counts. But
What's
there
that?
you go. Not sure my opinion counts in this
No,
respect.
absolutely. So we have Tony refusing a command. Were you aware that then Tony went to Rahavats and set up his own command?
No, sir, I was not.
And do you know that he was at odds with the command in Drenats?
I did pick up, Your Honour, some rumours that there was a rift in the KLA structures, yes.
So-
However, the detail of it, I did not know.
So we have Tony refusing to take a command in June of 1998 and leaves the Drenitz area and starts a parallel command around Drenitz, right?
As you say, I have no idea.
And he does that on his own with no authorization from the brigade commanders in Drenitz, is that right?
Your Honour, I think the witness has made it clear that he has no personal knowledge of this.
Sustained.
Well, if I can just wrap up the questions with Tony.
Well, just don't ask him if he knows something he doesn't know, that he said he knows nothing about.
I understand. Thank you, Jim. So you did have information that he set up his own command in Drenitz, right? Excuse me, in Rehavats.
No.
Well, you did have information that he was at odds with the headquarters down the road in Drenitz, right?
No. I had information that these two would probably, very limited, patchy information, these two were not involved. I think in my statement it says that Tony and Mitzi may have been in Albania, and that's the extent of my informant's knowledge. Further, and this was rather commonly pointed out, that the KLA had been subject to a rift in the recent past. The details of that rift, as I have said, Your Honour, I do not know.
Well, do you know the details of who that rift was between?
No.
But there was a rift based on information that you received within the KLA.
Yes.
Now, let me just ask you, were you familiar with, well, let me turn back to this Exhibit 67, and if we can turn to, I believe it's the 5th page in this. Now, there's this, under the heading of one, problems of an organizational nature. Do you see that, sir?
I see a page with 5 at the top, starting with the lines. However, in the meantime, the Rahavets unit.
And just go down, a little bit more than
I
half.
see, yes.
Where it
Revised
says,
1?
See, yeah, 1. Do you see that?
I think so. There's a 5 or an S heading it, but yes, I think so.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is myself,
Okay.
frankly. But you see the one that says problems of the organizational nature.
Ah, yes, I see that.
It says problems of an organizational nature, which in addition to supplying with weapons includes another phenomenon, which is even more harmful. The failure to respect the battalion command by the command of the 1st and 2nd companies. Specifically, the soldiers of the 1st company refused the order of Mahir Hassani to go to Lapushnik for assistance on the date of 26 July 1998. This was asked by Japari and Luli, but the soldiers, knowing about the blackmail of their company's command, reasoned among themselves, quote, "We will only carry out the orders of our command." So this has to do with the failure to respect the military hierarchy. Are you familiar with that dynamic going on in the KLA at the time?
I observed that there was a military hierarchy.
To the extent that we use that term loosely.
I really can't say. I was not an analyst of the internal dynamics of the KLA in this period. Had I access to this report, which seems to be rather capably drafted, it would have been of great interest to us, and indeed all the other reports of a like nature. However, we had no such access, as far as I'm aware.
Let me read you another point. Let's go to the next page in this.
I would imagine, if you don't mind me interrupting,
Absolutely,
this
please.
would be quite highly classified in the KLA hierarchy, and we would have been very unlikely, save had we close access to Serbian military intelligence, who may also not have had access to this, to have gained access. So this is very interesting to me now, but would have been a lot more interesting at the time.
So let us turn to the second full paragraph. On the date of 11 August 1998, a group of 6 or 7 observers entered from the Grashit checkpoint without being stopped at all by the soldiers in Gradots. Supposedly they didn't stop them because they didn't have an order to do so. They even say they don't have an order to open fire on enemy forces if they attempt to enter our zone. The observers were stopped at Rakats and were spoken with without letting the battalion commander of the Rahavat's local operational staff know. The bad thing is the fact that such conversations with foreigners gives them the chance to conclude that there was no institutional lines in the KLA, and we ourselves have to respect, first of all, that instead everyone acts according to their own desire. Now, when you were looking through what was going on in Rotgats when you were there, did you come to an understanding that the KLA soldiers, the individual KLA soldiers, were operating according to their own individual desires?
I have never, to my knowledge, been in Ratkots.
Excuse me, Rahavats, my apology.
And I'm looking at this paragraph that you read out, and I'm seeing, by the way, the assumption that there is, as they say here, there are institutional lines. I also make the observation in passing that the point here is that this was a dereliction of that. More than that, I cannot say, but it would accord with what I was told in general, that there was a rift, I suppose, between the various factions within the organisation at or around the time of the Rahavets battle. I note that this is long after that, but I see your point. I simply can't expand on it.
So, you told us you didn't know the details of the rift in there.
Right.
You are familiar with the RT unit in Rahavats, are you not?
Artillery.
No, RT, A-R-T-I.
RT. No.
No? You don't know anything about that?
No.
Now, when you look at the Rahavats transaction, you were aware, were you not, that Tony was not there at the time that the attack took place?
Yes.
And that any attack that took place under ordered by his subordinates, right?
It was ordered by someone, Your Honour. I don't know by whom.
Well, I mean, you did know that you did say that Tony was furious when he found out about the Rahavats attack.
Yes.
So here is the person he has gone from Drenac to Rahavats. He's gone to Albania for some period of time. And while he is gone, an attack takes place in Rahavats by these various elements, right? Is that right?
Well, this is all very interesting. I wish I'd known it at the time. I know it now only because you have told me using a secret KLA document.
Oh, but did you not tell us, did you not tell the SPO that Tony was upset about the attack on Rahavats?
Yes, that's all I knew.
Okay. And did you not tell the SPO that your understanding was that people thought it was a stupid thing to do?
Yes, I just said that.
Okay, so it's a stupid thing to do, done by somebody in the KLA, but not by Tony, who's not there, but some lower level commander, right?
Well, that was my understanding from talking to people in Rahavats who also had no access to this. That was the common view. What actually happened, I have no means of knowing. As I say again, had I access to this kind of document, things would have been different and might have taken a different course.
So we'll go into that attack in a little bit, but let's just lay the land and help us out, if you can, with how you perceive the terrain in Rahavats in the summer of 1998. There's obviously, and stop me if I'm wrong, so I'll put this case to you and then you can comment. How's that?
Sounds good.
So there's obviously a rift between the KLA in the summer, in the Rahavats area in the summer of 1998. Is that right?
Seems so.
Okay. And you likewise told us that Tony is the commander of one element of the KLA, right?
As far as I was told.
And the commander that is in and around Rahavats isn't even there when the attack on Rahavats takes place on 17 July 1998, right?
I'm not clear who the commander in Rahavats was at that time. I assume it was one of Tony or Mitzi. That's the extent of my knowledge.
Well, if Tony was the commander, we'll get into that. He wasn't there, right?
Your Honour, all this is news to me. The extent of my knowledge is contained in the statement. I'm not sure I can say too much more than that about any of these incidents.
Well, didn't you say in your statement that Tony wasn't there when...
I've said it now 3 times.
Yes.
I was told he was in Albania.
And he was in Albania.
Yes.
So we have a degree with this of anarchy going on in and around this area when the Rahavats attack takes place, don't we?
Well, there was another story. Yes, it seems so if your account is correct. There is another account, though, that, in the words of whoever it is informed me, High Command of the KLA delivered a flag to one of the commanders, whoever it was at that time, which I was led to believe is a signal in that particular military culture that you have to do something heroic, and that was what triggered the attack. As I say, I have no knowledge over and above what I've already said. It may have been that. It may have been some sort of frolic of their own, to use the legal term, or it may have been directly ordered. I really cannot say.
Well, who told you that about the flag? And who supposedly gave the flag to them?
The informant told me KLA High Command.
Who? Who in the High Command?
I really have no idea, Mr. Kehoe.
Well, I won't ask you who the informant is because it's...
I couldn't remember anyway.
Okay, just as well.
None of this military intelligence order of battle analysis, whilst it might have been interesting to me the year before, was of interest to me.
Kjo do kishte qenë, po kisha pasur të asnjë këto dokumente më herë, do kishte qenë.
Nor me.
I think that what's that? Yeah. I think we're good to go, Judge. I think. Okay, yeah. So, in the midst of this, we have, Serbs and civilians living in Rahavats, right?
Yes.
And you were aware when you were working on as seen as told that the VJ and the MUP and the Serb paramilitaries often armed the Serb civilian population, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and they also did that in the...
If I might just say, there were, as you know, and as you've hinted, many armed Serb civilians. I vaguely remember being told that there was an arming process coming from the state, but I can't remember when or where that took place, if it took place. Certainly, the result was there were many armed civilians, yes.
Well, let me give you some items in the volume 1 of As Seen As Told, of which we have a portion that we introduced here,
Yes.
and this is SPOE 00198-367 to 3834. You note in March of 98, on 22nd, VJ took control of Thaçi. Paramilitaries had come there and distributed arms to the Serb population. Again, in the As Seen As Told executive summary, same SPO number, I shouldn't say that, it's SPOE 198098 to 366, and this is at page 106. This is again in volume 1 of accounts As Seen As Told. The accounts of refugees also give compelling examples of the organized and systematic nature of what was being perpetrated by Yugoslav and Serbian forces and their tolerance for and collusion in acts of extreme lawlessness by paramilitaries and armed civilians. Again, As Seen As Told. This is SPOE 00198-098 to 198366. The white uniforms of the White Eagles may have been the cream of the SAJ unit. Local armed civilians could be mixed up with an ad hoc mixed dress of paramilitary unit. Archon's paramilitaries favored black uniforms or civilian uniforms, civilian clothes. In short, a fixed rule for identifying perpetrators by uniforms would be misleading. A description is only a valuable additional piece of information to a bigger picture. And I'm not going to read all of this, but again, in As Seen As Told, there's an account of Ferazai, and that's on page 198756. Every Serb civilian who could handle a gun was given one. Again, in As Seen As Told, page 146, the VJ in Kosovo was still supplementing by volunteers and armed civilians. And we have a whole bunch of periods of time accounted for in As Seen As Told of Serb villagers being armed by the Serb authorities and possessing weapons and entering the fight.
Certainly.
Is that right? Now, you also, I noted from the evidence that, can we go into private session for a moment, Judge? I'm going to mention a name, and I don't really know if this name is protected, so I'd rather be a little bit cautious on this.
Private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
And I know I want to address this to the bench. I'm sorry.
adjourn as we're in open session.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So in the effort to sorry, Taylor. Judge, we have to kind of give ourselves the signals to when we need to press the button or not. So just staying with the issue of what is going on in Kosovo at the time, you were also familiar with the Serbs engaging, was, for lack of a better term, false flag operations, don't you?
No.
Well, are you familiar with the Panda Bar situation?
Ah, yes, I read about it only last week. Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Okay, and this is, let us go to as seen as told, and I can read this to you. This is SPOE 001980 to 98001-98366, and I'm reading on 198303. Again, this is in volume 1 of As Seen as Told, and we're talking about the attack in the Panda Bar in Paya. So there are a number of unidentified victims of seemingly inexplicable killings. In some cases, there was suspicion that UCK forces killed not only moderate Kosovo Albanians, but also Serbs, who were well liked by both communities. 2 incidents in particular attracted international attention. On December 14th, 1998, unidentified gunmen killed 6 young Kosovo Serbs in the Panda Bar. The attack was considered to be revenge for the killing of 30 UCK members who had been shot while crossing the border. Are you familiar with the statements by the Serb former war crimes prosecutor on this, Vladimir Vucicic?
Are you referring to the assertion that this was indeed, as you put it, a false flag operation?
Yes.
I learned about it last week. I am aware of it then.
Okay, and so you are aware that the, and if I can just put that up, DHTO 121 to DHTO 1215. And if we can go, this is this newspaper article, we can go to, out of Belgrade, we can go to page 3. I believe it's the next page. I can barely see it. I'm gonna have a moment. What page is that? Okay. If I may just scroll down. We'll get back to this in a second, but you were aware, of course, sir, that Mr. Vladimir Vucicic said that the Albanians were not responsible.
Yes, indeed.
And if I can, it is on page page 5, if I can. Sorry. Where they're talking in the middle of the page about Mr. Vucicic, and he says that Serbia's former war crimes prosecutor Vladimir Vucicic said it was a fact that there were almost no Albanians in Paya region at the time of the attack. We came to the conclusion that Albanians are not the perpetrators. That's in fact the same information that you had, right?
Yes, it seems so.
Your Honor, at this time, will offer into evidence this article, the Kosovo Panda Cafe Massacre Mystery Solved 20 years on.
Objection on the basis of relevance, Your Honor.
Overrule, I'll allow it. Please give it a number.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D34.
And continuing on with false flag operations, there was in fact the use by the Serbian authorities for leaflets thrown on Albanian areas, etc., right?
Well, more than that, I would say that the Serbian people, many of whom I spoke to, or some of whom spoke to me about this, would mention this case as a justification for calling the KLA terrorists. So I have no problem at all believing that this was, as you would call it, a false flag. I would call it information operation and a false flag intended to keep the conflict going and inflame tensions, as you suggest.
And were not also the Serb authorities dropping leaflets on Kosovo Albanian areas, which the Kosovo Albanians said were forgeries that were and had been dropped by the Serbs?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. And how about the situation of, or the practice of the Serb authorities for putting guns on bodies after an incident took place to make it seem like they were justified in their conduct?
It's called throwdowns. What about it? What do you want me to say?
Well, let me read for you another excerpt from As Seen As Told. Again, Volume 1, the same exhibit you were in. And this is SPO E00198098. It's 098. That's 2 98s, believe it or not. SPO E00198098 to 001983666, and this is at 155. And I'll just read it to you, Mr. Ledwidge, it's in the interest of time. In such a security force operation, when overrunning an enemy position, it is likely that weapons would have been removed out of the victim's arm's reach regardless of whether the victim appeared to be dead or not, and the victim's bodies given initial searches. It is therefore not surprising that bodies appear to have not been found exactly where they were killed, and moreover, weapons may well have been placed back close to the bodies in an attempt to project the impression the Yugoslav/Serbian forces felt was needed to be seen by the verifiers. Are you familiar with that practice by the Serbs?
Sadly, I'm familiar with that practice by forces other than the Serbs more recently. I'm not familiar with this particular practice. It doesn't surprise me in the least.
And you have no reason to doubt what's in As Seen As Told,
No.
right? Now, in fact, that was what transpired after Račak in January of 1999 as well, right?
I believe so.
Excuse me?
Sure.
I think I spoke over you.
You did. On the contrary, the answer is I believe so, yes.
And again, in that instance, after the shooting that took place there, the Serbs attempted to justify their conduct by putting weapons near the killed civilians, right?
So I believe, yes.
So this is the situation that is taking place, broadly speaking, when the Rahovac offensive begins on the 17th of July of 1998. Isn't that right?
Sounds reasonable to me, yes.
And this is again, and this is talking about your Rahovac analysis of it, and this is in your preparation note at paragraph 14, and that, for the record, is .230. You said that you noted that there were lots of rumors from both sides of the community about why Rahovac's raid happened, because people could not understand why such a stupid thing would have been done.
Correct.
That's accurate, right? That's
As far as I knew, yes.
And let me read you the testimony of the Chief of Staff for the KLA, Bislam Zarapi. Are you familiar with Mr. Zarapi?
No, sir.
He testified in the Georgievich case at the ICTY. And in this question, they don't use Rahavats, they use Oravats. So they asked him, and the KLA general staff, oh, by the way, just for your references points, it's IT 0587T 24889, page transcript 2489 to transcript 2565 at 205, lines 13 to 20. Said, and the KLA general staff, did it decide to attack Oravats in 17, 18, 19 July 1998? No. And do you know who made the decision to launch an attack on Oravats? Answer, according to what I know, it was a member of the staff at the time. I was the direct head of operations department, and none of the members of the staff gave that order to attack.
Excuse me just a second. Madam Court Officer, we're not getting any feed on the transcript.
Okay.
Okay.
Consulting, Mr. Churchill, is always a scary proposition. With the fact that Mr. Zarapi, Mr. Zarapi testified to that effect?
No.
Let me ask you about the deputy commander in Malyshevo, who was Izny Kalai. And I can tell you that Malyshevo, your information was some troops from Malyshevo went down to assist in Rahavats. Is that right?
I can't recall right now. It sounds reasonable.
I said, question, how many units was the Serb forces in there now? By and large, what are we talking about? Answer, I cannot really speculate that I had such information. I trusted the persons that were there leading the Rahavats attack. It was mainly soldiers from Rahavats, from the town, and Pictori was leading the operation in Rahavats. Now, Pictori was the chap that you had been speaking to, right?
I don't think I ever spoke to him, but I know his, or seem to recall his name, yes.
And you know him as Jim Zahamza?
I think so.
Okay. And continuing on with Mr. Kalai's trial testimony, and he noted that, this is, again, at same bait stamp number. It's 070717 TRET, Part 1, 23, 24, and 24, line 3. And when Pictori came to see you, did he tell you whether he had discussed the plan or received instructions to enter Rahavats from someone higher up? No, he didn't. He acted upon his own judgment as well. He did not ask. Continuing on, the same, this part is in Part 2, line 1, 15 to 17, the same bait stamp number. From Mr. Kalai, the deputy commander in Malyshevo. Before breaking, we were talking about the Rahavats attack. When Pictori came to ask for your assistance, did you ask him if this attack had been authorized by someone in the general staff? Answer, yes. I asked him whether he had consulted with anyone else, and he said no. Do you feel that yourself had to inform somebody in the general staff before taking part of the attack? No.
Could the council please slow down when reading? Thank you.
So were you aware of that state of affairs among soldiers within the KLA?
Your Honour, as I've repeatedly said, there is absolutely no way with the resources we had and with the stonewalling of KLA contacts that we could have had any knowledge of any of this at any time during our tenure as KVM.
So
it's very,
you did.
It's
I'm sorry.
personally very interesting to me, but more of an academic than nature than for the purpose of these proceedings.
So
we knew none of this and had no way of discovering it.
I appreciate that, sir. I appreciate it. I'm just asking you the questions and see if you can help us along the way. So I'm not
Trying to do my best, Mr. Kehoe, but I'm afraid it's still the
That's
same. I just don't know any of this.
Mr. Keogh's much better than Your Honor.
I'll address Your Honour in future.
But in any event, so you had no knowledge that this Pictor was operating on his own when he decided to attack.
No, I suspect there were rumours to that effect. I may have heard or picked those up, but I can't recall doing so. As I say, these were of historic interest rather than a more immediate interest at that time.
So with this historic interest, you know, we have a degree of disarray in the KLA. We have parallel chains. We have Tony, who's got his command in Rahavats now, who's split from Drenats. He's not there. And then we have Pictor, who decides he wants to attack without getting any authorization from anyone. Is that about, as you look at these facts, is that about the state of affairs?
I suppose if you were to summarise what you've said, you could certainly justify that. As I say, I have no direct knowledge. You're asking me to summarise a case that you've given in 4 or 5 extracts from statements. I can't say more than I've said. I have no idea what happened.
So just saying with the brigade commander of 194 Ismet, excuse me, again, Judge, I think I might err on the side of caution here and go in a private session for this name.
Please take us into private session, Madam Court Officer.
We are in public session now, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So I want to turn back to one of the brigade commanders. His designation is W04745, and this was a question that was asked of him. Question, you said that it's unclear exactly, he's talking about the Rahavats attack. He said that it's unclear exactly how the whole thing started, and many different sources have expressed a lack of clarity on how this operation started. But it's fair to say that sometime in the 18th, that some coordination, some order came over the operation. Answer, no. There was no order. There was no order up until the end of the battle, not the beginning nor at the end. Continuing on, and that's at 083217 TR, English translation, part 7, page 17, lines 17 to 18. If I can stay with the same person, W04745, and this will be at the same ERN number, part 7, page 17 to 19, excuse me, from page 17, line 19 to page 18, line 15. Question, was there any coordination brought from the zone commander from the Central General Staff at any stage over the weekend? Talking about the weekend of the attack. I am not aware of any. I had seen that soldiers had come from above, from Malyshev and Drenats, because we had also one position, Malyshev, which was above our unit, and they came down immediately with our soldiers. And after I had returned from establishing the positions on the outskirts of Rahavats, when I came back to the staff, I saw that we were getting reinforcements from other places as well. During the next day, there on the 18th, when I was inside of the headquarters, I saw that it was unknown or people didn't know whose soldiers were there. I also saw that soldiers were starting to mix in with the population that had begun to leave Rahavats when shelling started. The majority of the soldiers joined in with the civilian population who was leaving the city in order to leave. And after me, or according to me, after the Serb forces began their offensive, and from what I have learned and what I have known, it is very difficult to find where the KLA soldiers were. The war and the Battle of Rahavats, they were started just like in the cartoons, if I can put it that way. It was just like watching cartoons. Did you ever, when you were going through your analysis, ever get the sense that it was a completely dysfunctional operation and that individuals had no idea what they were doing, uncoordinated, and it was, as Mr. As the witness just said, like watching a cartoon?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has made it clear that he has no foundation to answer that question.
Well,
I think the answer to the question is, to the extent that the operations included the kidnapping and the capture, kidnapping, detention, supply and guarding of several dozen victims, the answer to your question is no. That speaks to me of some level of organisation. And this was not all a chaotic mess, as you suggest.
Well, let us talk about that, because you put people in that were, your quote, senior figures in the KLA, and I am talking about your ICTY November 2000 statement, which is Exhibit 232. And if I can turn to that, and you say that it will be seen on document marked FAL6 that I have circled the name Sena at number 4 under the paragraph of suspected kidnappings, and I have written the name Sosi. I have done this because he has been named frequently by witnesses and other for his involvement in the kidnappings. He is also named as a suspect in document 5. It will be also it will be noted that number 3, Pictor, on the document marked FAL6 is also named on FAL5 at number 3. This would indicate to me that this was a planned operation and merely not opportunist. And since Thaçi and Pictor were senior figures in the KLA, you say they are senior figures in the KLA. What senior position did Thaçi and Sena, or Pictor for that matter, have in the KLA?
As far as I knew, they were officers in that organization.
What did they hold a rank?
There were no ranks as far as I know.
And officers of what? Of a brigade or a company? What were they?
I told you I don't know. We were not equipped nor set up to conduct that level of military or bat analysis.
Well, I
now,
mean,
it may well, I haven't finished. It may well be that our KLA liaison team knew something about that, but I don't think they did. Perhaps you will ask them if they show up. But as far as I was concerned, those individuals and one other that you have mentioned were senior in the context of the Orahavats Obstina, and perhaps more broadly than that. As I say later in another statement, the character known as Thaçi proclaimed himself, and I quote, "I was far more senior than you ever thought." Now, whether he was playing me, as I said again in one of the statements, I don't know. But I think it's worth bearing in mind that we were completely stonewalled by a highly defensive wall of silence from the KLA chain of command, such as it was, if it existed. So the most senior people whose identities I were aware of were those. I would also observe, and perhaps we will get onto this, that the level of organisation and coordination of the kidnappings of those civilians in Orahavats itself, on the outskirts, and in the surrounding villages speaks to me of a level of organisation that does not amount to a chaotic mess, let's say politely.
So let's go back to my question. Was Sena a brigade commander?
I have no clue.
Was he a deputy brigade commander?
I've just said, I don't know.
Okay, and the same is true of Thaçi and Pictor, right?
Thaçi, my understanding was in the chain that culminated with Fatmir, with the character known as Chelik, Fatmir Limai. That was my understanding at that time.
Stop right there. Who told you that Sena was in the chain of command with Fatmir Limai? Who told you that?
Well, Thaçi would usually wear, on the occasions, or at least the one occasion that I can clearly remember, when we met him, a black uniform. And there may even have been a badge, or rather armband with PU on it. That would indicate to me that he might have been a member of the Poliția Uștiraka, which is the military police, the chain of command which ended, as I understood at the time, with this Chelik. Thaçi himself told me, as I recall, that he was in that organisation. That's my recollection right now.
So, did he have a rank? So going back to the brigades, was he a brigade commander or?
I've already answered that. I don't know.
You don't know. And with Pictor, do you know if he was a brigade commander or a deputy brigade commander?
To the extent that we haven't mentioned it already, I don't know.
Okay.
I think you may have mentioned his rank yourself.
So to the extent that you are putting them in as senior figures in the KLA, you are basing that, for the most part, on their involvement in this Rahavats and surrounding village operation, aren't you?
Well,
that's the basis of your conclusion, that they're senior
yes.
figures of the KLA.
Are we quibbling about the term senior? Is that what you wish to address?
A senior figure of the KLA, if you're talking about a senior figure in the British Army, that commodes something much different than just a member of the British Army, doesn't it?
Well, a major is a senior officer in the British Army.
Let's use that as a benchmark.
I would suggest that Thaçi was roughly of that rank by comparison, and looking at the level of authority he seems to have exercised.
So
he would be at
go ahead.
He would be at the level, off the top of my head, and you're asking me things here, as I've said multiple times. I don't really have the information upon which to base an adequate answer, but I would suggest he would have been at the level, absolutely, randomly, almost randomly, of SO1, colonel, that kind of lieutenant colonel, that sort of level. And in the British military, the American, German, Belgian, whatever you like to choose, that is a relatively senior officer. Now, I have no idea what their rank structure was or where Thaçi and his comrades there sat in it. What I can say is that they did seem to have control over several dozen people in an environment where there were not that many in the army, the Kosovo Liberation Army, in that time, and certainly not within the uniformed PU or more disciplined ranks that appear to have taken part in these operations to kidnap those Serbian, Romani, and Albanian civilians.
Can we just go to private session on a witness, Judge? If I may? Because it's another...
Please end the private session, Madam Court Officer.
And I'm going to read to you what... I'm sorry.
Your Honor, it's been a public session.
Proceed.
So based on all of this, you say in your prep note that there was an order given within the KLA to kidnap a large number of people for the purposes of exchange. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
And who gave that order?
No idea.
So they go in, they take their, and they begin to take some prisoners, and shortly thereafter, the Serbs took the whole town back. Isn't that right?
I quibble with the term took some prisoners. There was what seemed to me a fairly, as I said before, fairly coordinated operation in several separate areas.
We'll get into that. I'm just talking about the
You interrupted
taking.
me again.
We're going to go back into that. I want to talk about the retaking of Rahovat. The Serbs decided on the 19th that they were going to retake Rahovat. Isn't that right?
Well, the operation to do so took place, as I recall, Your Honour, yes, on the 19th.
And how long did it take them to retake Rahovat?
I don't think it took very long. As I recall from memory, just a couple of hours, I would think.
Very brief.
During the same day, yes.
They walked in there with mechanized units and artillery and took over the city very quickly, right?
Well, I think the artillery there played a rather larger part in the walking in that they killed a great many civilians in that process, and then proceeded with, as you might say, fire and the sword to kill a great many more.
And during the course of that attack, now let me take this back. So the KLA attack was on the 17th, and 2 days later, the 19th, the Serbs had rolled through, the VJ and the MUP and paramilitary forces had rolled through and retook the town.
So I was told.
Okay. And you were also told that approximately 150 Albanian civilians were killed.
Yes, that number's slightly unclear, but a very great number of civilians were killed, yes.
Well, I'm referencing your SPO statement.
Yes, I'm aware of that. And I would simply say that I think that's as near a figure as we can get, but I have a suspicion there may have been more than that. That's the figure that we have now, yeah.
And these people were civilians that were murdered by the Serb forces.
Absolutely.
And what happened to the rest of the village, or the areas that were inhabited by the Albanian population?
Which particular areas?
The areas that they rolled into to kill 150 civilians.
I think that was in the town of Rahovat. So they, as they would say, liberated Rahovat and murdered a great many civilians. I have no recollection of them retaking other areas. They may have done so on that day.
And did they level the residences of these Kosovo Albanian civilians?
My recollection of the evidence that we gathered, to the extent that we did, was that it was more what they might call a clearance operation, what you or I might call a house-to-house murdering operation, rather than a levelling by explosives or anything like that. It's my understanding as well, from what I was told, that prior to all this there was something of an artillery bombardment, but the details of the operation, if I ever knew them, I've forgotten.
So they went to after the artillery barrage with indirect fire, they went in and went to a house-to-house cleanup operation, killing civilians.
Yes.
And looting the premises as well?
I would no, the answer is yes.
Okay, and did they burn their residences as well?
Certainly some of them, yes.
And with regard to the 150 civilians that were killed, did you folks at the OSC ask the Serbs about that?
All the time.
Were they candid with you?
They were not until the last month of our presence there, when there started to be an acknowledgement that not only were some very great deal of people murdered or killed, but also that they would assist us in locating their remains as part of what we hoped would be an exchange operation, but perhaps we're getting ahead of ourselves a bit there. We may come to that.
Right. So did the Serbs tell you who, in fact, was involved in this criminal operation of going house to house to murder these civilians and torch their houses?
we did obtain at some point the identities of some of those who were allegedly responsible.
Did you get that from the Serbs?
Yeah, we got some rumours from the Serbs. It was not. I think it's important to understand that this town was regarded itself, as I think I hint, or at least state, maybe even state in one of my earlier statements. It regarded themselves as quite special in that relations between the two major ethnicities, as they're called, were quite good. So that there was a very great deal of intermingling. And the reason for that was that the industry around the place, as you probably know, is wine. So there was one large, one major source of income and a factory where most or many people were employed. So relationships were close, and I think it's fair to say that everybody in the town, to put it mildly, with the exception of some perpetrators, deeply regretted what had happened. From the, I think I say at one point, and I would hold to this, from the Albanian perspective, there was some blame ascribed to the KLA in much the same way as you might ascribe blame to someone who'd kicked a hornet's nest, allowing the insects to come out and bite everybody. Whose fault is that? Is it the insects or the kicker? And in the same way, I think people blame the KLA for starting this. And so to come to your point, and this applied on both sides, I think, and I'm generalizing horrendously here at the distance of 24 years, but I think it's fair to say that neither of the ethnicities, well, both ethnicities deeply regretted this. So yes, there were some Serbians who would say, I believe this person or that person may have been involved. Again, these were private conversations. And the Albanian side often knew the perpetrators, or at least those who were not in the line units who had committed these atrocities.
Well, just go back to my question. Did the Serb authorities provide you?
No, they did not.
They
No,
did
absolutely not. No,
They
of course
did not. And they knew who actually did this, and they provided you no information concerning them, right?
Your Honour, the relevance of this line of questioning is not clear.
Well,
Overruled, you can answer the question.
I'm not sure what they knew.
well, they certainly
since-
knew. Well, they certainly knew how to extract the information, didn't they?
The municipal authorities, sorry, what do you mean extract the information?
Well, I mean, you do know that the Serbs were in fact torturing prisoners for information, weren't they?
But why would they torture their own side to find out who'd killed Albanians?
So my question was, you knew that the Serb, I'll read it for you. This is at your SPO statement at paragraph 21 of P230.
Yeah.
I was asked about the basis for information held by Serbian authorities. Petrovic stated that some of it was obtained from prisoners and noted that there was, quote, blood on the walls, end quote. I understood this to mean that some of this information was derived from torture.
Yes.
So you do know that they were torturing people to get information, weren't they?
Absolutely. They were, in that case, of course, they were torturing KLA prisoners for information about the Serbian prisoners kidnapped and missing. That's the context of that particular
But they
statement, as I think is
didn't,
clear.
when they wanted to get information, they certainly knew what means to employ to get it, didn't they?
It was a torturing state, yes.
Right, I'm about to move into another topic at this point. I note it's about 2 minutes to 4.
We'll let you start tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ludwig, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I will see you in the morning.
Sure.
Witness, we will see you again. Witness, we will see you again tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and hopefully be finished with your testimony, maybe tomorrow.
Just on that note, Your Honor, and so the witness has fair warning as well, we should be considerably less than our time estimate. I expect to be no more than 20 minutes with this witness.
We're in a similar boat, Your Honor, 20 minutes, maybe even less. Thank you.
Mr. Ellis?
Certainly less than estimated, Your Honour, but still working on it.
So now you're excused for today. Remember not to speak to anyone about your testimony. Well, he's gone. Mr. Tully's behind you. He's already on his feet. Go ahead, Mr. Tully.
Never a problem. Your Honour, just a small matter of housekeeping. I think there was some confusion today about a witness, W00072. According to our records, she has no protective measures. If we could get information on that, because I'm concerned since Mr. Laws told us that she is to testify with anonymity. Perhaps it's just some miscommunication, but we'd appreciate some clarity. Thank you.
Do you know that information now, Mr. Laws?
Would you want to give me just a moment?
And of course, Your Honour, if it is the case that it's just a misunderstanding, then perhaps in the interest of publicity, the information which doesn't identify her as a witness could be made public. Thank you.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
I'm not going to enter a written order on the disclosure of the next 5 witnesses. What I said here in court today is an oral order, and I know you'll comply with it. We are adjourned until tomorrow at 9.
All right.